Chapter 546. When Xingtian said seriously, "How's your preparation going?" "Everything is ready." "Tell me about it." Zhuo Xiaoduo reported all the things that he had prepared. He had indeed taken into account all the possible accidents that might happen. It could be said that he had everything that one could think of, and there were all kinds of things. "Take these with you." Yi Changqing took things out from the ring. "This is food, this is water. I've prepared 2,000 pounds of food for you and 5,000 pounds of water for you. This is the life-dissolving liquid for healing. This is the spirit-accumulating pill for recovering spiritual power. One pill is enough to recover all of your spiritual power. This is the 100 recovery pill. Cultivators at or below the nascent soul stage can take one pill to recover all of their true essence immediately when their true essence is exhausted. Living in the wild may not have enough time to recover. There are 10 pills in this bottle. Don't abuse them, but don't be too stingy either. This is the life-dissolving water. It's a healing medicine for bones. Drink 2 bottles at a time, and you'll recover quickly. Here are 50 bottles. This is the 100 poison pill. 100 pills. With these pills, even if you drink the corpse-dissolving water, you can still return to the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School alive. This is the spirit-leading pill. 10 pills. Yi Changqing reminded him earnestly. You also know that when you go out to train, there will definitely be someone protecting you. However, life is unpredictable, and the teacher protecting you won't be too close to you, in case you can't train well enough. Sometimes, it's also very likely that they will be out of sight and not be able to find you. So, when you encounter danger, immediately break the spirit-leading pill. The teacher closest to you will immediately lock onto your position and rescue you. Yi Changqing was really worried about Zhuo Xiaoduo going out. He took out almost a truck of things from the ring. "Is the space ring enough? Can it fit?" Yi Changqing said, "If it's not enough, you can use mine. I'll immediately remove the divine thought binding." When Xingtian stood aside and looked up at the sky. "Boss Yi, you've evolved into a healer now. Can you be more reserved? Where's your face? What a womanizer. You might as well tie yourself to Zhuo Xiaoduo's belt." "That's enough." Zhuo Xiaoduo felt even more grateful. The feeling that Yi Changqing gave him at this moment was similar to the feeling of a mother when he left home. This made Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart feel warm. "And this?" Yi Changqing finally took out a small black bottle. When Xingtian's expression changed. "Boss, even this? You're really—" Yi Changqing's expression was solemn. "Bring this along as well. But you have to know that this pill has a great taboo. Unless even your teacher who is guarding you is not a match for the other party, and you have no other means to escape, you can only use this pill at the last moment when you are sure to die. This is 100-fold pill." Yi Changqing stroked the black bottle with a look of reminiscence on his face. After stroking it for a while, he finally handed it over resolutely. "Take it with you, just in case." Zhuo Xiaoduo took it in a daze, but he didn't know what it was for. When Xingtian sighed and said, "This 100-fold pill has a great effect. Once you take it, even if your life is in danger or your spiritual source is exhausted, you can instantly recover and your condition will be greatly improved. However, the recovery effect of this pill comes from your potential foundation. After that, it will completely burn the power of your divine sense and true inner force, turning them into a powerful force that can at least exert 100 times your usual speed. It's enough to instantly get away from dangerous areas. However, the effect of this pill can only last for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, no matter where you are, you will be exhausted and unconscious, and the coma will last for no less than 3 years. In addition, the power of your divine sense that has been burned will never recover. So, you must use it carefully. This is the last life-saving measure. It really only has the ability to save your life. You must remember it. Understood?" Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart thumped wildly. In this world, there was actually such a good thing that could instantly increase one's speed by 100 times. What kind of concept was it to suddenly increase one's speed by 100 times with one's own? Xiaoduo didn't even dare to think about it. However, this thing used the potential foundation as the foundation, burned the power of divine sense and true inner force as the source, and consumed all the foundation of the user within 10 minutes. It was understandable that it could have such an amazing effect. It really only had the ability to save one's life. Everything else was completely consumed and couldn't be saved at all. Therefore, it was better to just think about it and never use it. Oh right, there's also these. Yi Chongqing seemed to have thought of something and stuffed some things into the ring. Bring some firearms. Xiaoduo was a little confused. Cough. It definitely can't hurt people, but in case of emergency, it can be used as fireworks to create some movement so that the rescuers can locate your position. I mean, in case you're in a bad situation where you can't move, Yi Chongqing rambled on. Xiaoduo listened attentively. What he said made sense. Yi Chongqing reminded himself for a long time. Finally, after racking his brains for a long time, he stopped and looked at Wen Xingtian. Do you have anything else to tell me? Wen Xingtian rolled his eyes in annoyance. You've said everything that can be said. What else can I say? To be honest, boss, even an old woman wouldn't be as long-winded as you. After that, he patted Xiaoduo on the shoulder and said, do a good job. Complete all the tasks, especially the sun-setting flower, the specter's vine, and the soul-tempering vermilion fruit. These are the key to Vice Principal Lu's recovery. Yi Chongqing's expression changed and he scolded, Wen Xingtian, shut the fuck up. Then he turned to Xiaoduo. It's too dangerous. Don't look for it. Xiaoduo looked confused. Why? These things are usually guarded by powerful star beasts, and they're extremely difficult to find. They're hidden very deep underground. If you're bitten by a star beast, those star beasts are highly poisonous. Yi Chongqing explained the poison of star beasts again. When Xingtian started to doze off as he listened, Xiaoduo nodded repeatedly. His eyes were shining as he listened attentively. This was all knowledge. If you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer. I, Xiaoduo, am not someone who doesn't know what's good for me. Finally, Yi Chongqing finished his instructions. He frowned and racked his brains. What else did he not say? What else did he not say? This baby. He really didn't want him to go out? Should he change his mind and bring him back now? It's too risky seeing this, when Xingtian hurriedly laughed. Let's go. Let's go, Xiaoduo. From today onwards, you're free to do whatever you want for the next month. Go and show your talent. When Yi Chongqing heard this, he hurriedly reminded him, only 1 month. You have to go back to school after 1 month. Do you hear me? If you don't come back in a month, I'll... When Xingtian rolled his eyes, he turned around and disappeared with a leap. Obviously, he couldn't stand Yi Chongqing's nagging anymore. He was like an old woman. So annoying. Was there an end to this? After when Xingtian left for a few minutes, Yi Chongqing actually kept reminding Xiaoduo for a few more minutes before letting him go. Seeing Xiaoduo's figure disappear into the dawn, Yi Chongqing still looked worried. He couldn't wait to chase after him. Grandma sure walked out of the villa with her golden sword on her back. She said disdainfully, Yi Chongqing, I've never seen you have such a naggy side to you. If I were Wen Xingtian, I would have already taken action. Your mouth really needs to be sewn shut. When Yi Chongqing saw Yu Jiren, his eyes immediately lit up. Sister-in-law, you want to follow? Of course. Yi Chongqing pulled Grandma Sure and said, that's great. Come, I'll tell you what to pay attention to. Xiaoduo is young, and I'm afraid he won't take some things to heart. You're experienced, you know. Grandma Sure's expression changed. With a whoosh, she flew up as fast as lightning. Her whole person immediately disappeared. I don't dare to listen anymore. I've already listened for a while. Do you really want to force me to use force? This Yi Chongqing is crazy. Do you think this is a Hidden Dragon high school martial arts competition? Do you think you can talk endlessly on the stage? And he had to force everyone to listen to him. Xiaoduo quickly walked through the city and came to the slums. He casually threw out a string of coins, and so on. Then, more than 100 beggars left the city from the 4 gates. Zhuo himself quietly came to a shop. Who knows what he's doing? After a while, a fragrant pink car started up. A tall modern girl sat in the driver's seat, driving the car calmly. Her long skirt fluttered, and her perfume curled up. Her figure was slim, and her face was delicate. Especially her bulging chest. It was as if she was carrying 2 big pumpkins. Together with her similarly bulging August 15th dress, she was curvy in the front and back. Only her waist was exceptionally slender. She had a devil's figure and an angel's face. Her eyes were like stars. Her lips were vermilion, and her eyebrows were black without drawing. Her skin was like cream, and her hair was like clouds, fluttering all the way. Wherever she passed, the ground was filled with the fragrance of orchids and musk. As the saying goes, heavenly beauty makes people sigh. Who is the beauty of the flowers and the moon? When she meets a pervert, she will be coquettish and take off her pants. Just like that, such a beautiful woman gracefully drove her small car out of the city. In a shop in the slums, Fong Inua looked at the pink car and sighed. Then, she quickly checked her luggage a few more times. Only then did he change his shape, appearance, temperament, skin color, hairstyle, hair color, and leave the city. I hope nothing bad happens, Fong Inua prayed in her heart. Smoke and dust billowed. The pink car drove coquettishly all the way to the edge of the reserve. The beautiful girl directly left the car. She got out of the car. She was like a willow tree swaying in the wind and a lotus flower swaying in the water. Stepping on the spring breeze, she was full of charm. She gently stroked her hair and asked the martial artist on duty shyly and softly, "Handsome big brother, how far are we from the spruce forest?" Begging for a monthly subscription. There will be more updates in the afternoon. Chapter 547. When the martial artist saw a beautiful woman talking to him in a soft voice, his bones melted for a moment. He finally realized that the person in front of him was also a cultivator with good strength, but he still said lecherously, "This beautiful woman, the spruce forest is quite far, and you're going the wrong way. You should have started from the east gate. From here, you'll have to take a long detour." As he spoke, he pointed in a direction and said, "It's over there." The beautiful woman gently brushed her hair, bringing with her a fragrant wind that made people daydream. She smiled sweetly, revealing a dimple, and said flirtatiously, "Is that so? AI, but since I've already taken the wrong path, I'll just make the best of it. Either way, I'll still be able to get there if I take a detour. And I can also pick some sungrass along the way. There are gains and losses, so it's not a wasted trip." Then, "Beautiful woman, be careful. Thank you for telling me, Big Brother. When I come back, I'll definitely treat Big Brother to wine." The beautiful woman gave him a flirtatious look and took out her pass. The martial artist went up to look at the beautiful woman's name with an intoxicated expression. Kong Piao Yun. The beautiful woman had already left for a long time, but the martial artist was still sighing. Good name, good name. It's really poetic. This chest, this butt, this waist, this face, this skin, these long legs, this hair. This twisting, tisk tsk. AI. The last sigh was obviously lamenting that he didn't have a chance. The so-called treat to wine and so on, everyone knew that it was just a polite sentence. If you took it seriously, you'd lose. In the wilderness, the beautiful woman rushed out 400 miles like a wisp of smoke. At this moment, she was already in a rocky mountain. She hurriedly found a hole and went in. It seemed that she needed to pee after going in. The beautiful woman sighed faintly. Fuck. Twisting my butt makes my waist hurt. It's not easy to be a man, but it's even harder to be a woman. It's just that twisting my butt every day will strain my waist muscles. After saying this, he stretched out his hand and pulled out his beautiful hair, revealing a shiny bald head. She waved her hand again and again, and dense true inner force spread out, gathering all the fragrance that overflowed from her body. Then she buried it all together with her clothes until she was naked. Then she changed her clothes. She grabbed the 2 oversized steamed buns that she had stuffed in front of her chest and took a bite. Fuck, it smells like perfume. I can't eat it. It's such a waste. You have to know that it's food on the plate. Sigh, I can only throw it away. Then he buried it underground as well. Zhuo, who had put on a pair of specially made boots made of star bee skin, instantly regained his image as the handsome and elegant class monitor Zhua. However, the most eye-catching part of him was still his shiny bald head. Zhuo thought for a while and took out 17 or 18 wigs from the space ring. Finally, he chose a 370 hairpiece and carefully placed it on his scalp. He smoothed it with his hands and took out a small mirror to look at himself. I'm not looking at his looks. I'm looking at his physiognomy. Oh my God, he's so handsome. However, his expression immediately turned gloomy. Dark clouds covered his face. There's a big chest bra. Zhuo clicked his tongue. However, from the looks of it, there is no danger. Who knows? He might have turned the misfortune into a blessing. He might have gotten something from falling off the cliff. Suppressing his embryonic breath for 300 times and leveling up his Jindan essence for 300 times is not the end. He took out his cell phone and turned it on. Instantly, a series of notifications came in. From top to bottom, they were: Gao Qiaoer, be careful. Wu Qing, be careful. Gao Zhiyun, be careful. Mrs. Gao, don't go out. Wu Yi, be careful. Zhuo focused his gaze. So many people are reminding me. It seems that the news of me going out is so affecting. At the same time, he was feeling emotional and a little conflicted. Apart from Vice Principal Gao and Mrs. Gao, the others. I'd rather they didn't remind me. You're making me feel very uncomfortable. Speaking of which, this was the most difficult thing to deal with in the Jianghu. He had a grudge against this family, but was on friendly terms with someone in this family. Moreover, that person had helped him before. This was very uncomfortable. He might as well make it clear that they were enemies. What should he do now? Zhuo was a little melancholy. He continued to read. Nian Nian cat. Doggy, what are you doing? Nian Nian cat. Doggy, doggy, doggy. Mother, doggy? Do you miss your mother? Father. I'll create a group later and try out the new function. If you're really busy, don't reply. Remember to mute your phone. Remember, when it's not absolutely safe, keep your cell phone in your space ring. Don't take it out. Father invites you to join the group chat. Confirm. Mother, doggy. Xiao, duo you. You're free to fly after going out, right? After calling me 4 or 5 times, there's no more news? Are you going to fly? Are you going to fly? Father, I called you 4 or 5 times. When? Mother, go away. Imperial Father. Damn it, we've only talked on the phone once, and I was the one who called you? You're really something. Father will remember this. Obedient Xiao, duo you. Haha, mother. Aha, what? Where are you? Obedient Xiao, duo you. Class is going to start soon. I'm on my way to the classroom. 27 meters, 31 centimeters, 10 millimeters to the classroom. Mother, father, mother. Go to class. Check the group chat when you're free. Obedient Xiao, duo you. Okay, Mom. I miss you so much. Mwah mwah. I want to kiss, hug, and raise you high to Father. Rolling eyes emoji. Mother, I'll make chive and vermicelli dumplings for you next time. Obedient Xiao, duo you. Salivating emoji. Mother, go to class. Obedient Xiao, duo you. I'll take my leave. Good luck to Father and Mother. Father, get lost. Zhuo closed the group chat, muted the cell phone, and put it back into the ring. He felt more energetic. Before he took action, Zhuo was able to chat with his parents for a while. He felt happy and calm. Also, he was even more afraid of death. I want to live. I want to live for a long time. I want to find all those bastards. I also want to find medicine and countless treasures. Then, I'll become the richest man in the continent. When I've earned enough money and become the world's #1 expert, I'll deposit an astronomical amount of wealth in the bank. I'll live off the interest every day. Then, I'll fight with Nian Nian on the bed every day. If I lose, I'll give her $1 million. If I win, I won't give it to her. He, then I should win every day. Waha! I'll play for nothing. Swishaduo thought about it and couldn't help but laugh vulgarly. How about changing it to taking off a piece of clothing every time I lose? This way, it doesn't matter if I win or lose. It's all my gain. Ha ha ha. Swishaduo narrowed his eyes as he imagined the scene. He felt his flaming sun sutra suddenly erupt, and all the heat was concentrated in his crotch area. When I get back, I'll try wearing steel plates. I heard that a cultivator's thing is much better than an ordinary person's. Mine is probably 2 or 3 times better. I think wearing steel plates will be a piece of cake. Swishaduo was naturally happy to be able to talk to his parents through the air. However, it wasn't without regrets. It was a pity that Nyen Cat didn't speak in the group chat. It seemed that she was quite busy. She only took the time to send him a message and then put her phone away. As an expert, I love to play with cats the most. I'll travel thousands of mountains and rivers, regardless of the wind and rain. I'll have 2 big hammers and a spiritual cat. I'll walk freely in the wilderness in search of spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs. When I become the strongest, I'll take over the bank. Swishaduo muttered his grand dream and slipped into the dense forest. He began his first mission. The meteorites in the sky were still falling like shooting stars. They smashed into the ground and dust filled the air. Swishaduo was currently in the ironwood forest in the north. Although it grew slowly, its vitality was especially strong. Meteorites that weren't especially large could not be smashed or broken. What was even more special was that there were miraculously straight ironwood trees that had never been smashed by large rocks. As a tree, this was the treatment of the son of heavenly fate. North. Ironwood forest. There's a high probability that Huanyang grass exists. It's just that it grows underground. It's hard to find traces of it. Swishaduo strolled in the ironwood forest. According to Li Chenglong's instructions, he carefully searched the ground, hoping to find some traces. Whoosh! Swishaduo turned around and pinched a colorful snake with 2 fingers. This snake had a triangular head and looked very disgusting. Its forked tongue was very long. Even though it was pinched at 7 inches, it still spat out a 3-foot-long forked tongue that emitted a foul stench. There were also spikes on the forked tongue, which stabbed towards Swishaduo's arm. Obviously, this was a desperate counterattack. If Swishaduo dodged or even threw it far away, it would be able to escape. It was really vicious. You want to bite me? Swishaduo was furious. With a thought, this scorching sun divine skill was activated. His entire body instantly turned into a red-hot human-shaped iron block. Squeak, the 3-foot-long forked tongue coiled around Swishaduo's arm like a pillar. Before it could do anything else, there was a sizzling sound and smoke rose. The rainbow snake, which was known to never make a sound, let out a mournful cry. It quickly released its forked tongue, but it was already stuck to Swishaduo's arm. Its entire forked tongue was covered with huge blisters. One of its forked tongue was swollen. It was even thicker than the snake's body. It was dragged outside and could not be retracted. The rainbow snake was scalded to the point of tears. What kind of monster was this? It had finally found a prey and wanted to take a bite out of it. In the end, the snake's head was almost completely cooked. Bubbles hung from the snake's head like a bell. Each bubble was slightly bigger than the snake's head. And on the snake's 3-feet-long tongue, there were more than 40 such bubbles. At first glance, it looked like a bunch of grapes. Swishaduo swung his arm and threw the rainbow snake to the ground. Today, I'll be merciful and let you live. The snake ran away in panic. Its 4-foot-long body was dragging its 3-foot-long tongue. After running a few meters, one of the blisters burst. The snake's entire body convulsed and curled up for a while. It was in so much pain that it rolled on the ground. After running for a few more meters, another blister burst. After running for a few more meters, after running for a few dozen meters, it was lying on the ground with its belly turned over. It only convulsed for a while before it stopped moving completely. There was a rustling sound coming from the grass. However, All of the rainbow snakes were scrambling to escape. Chapter 548. The Rainbow Snakes Panicked. This was a super pervert. When we devour humans, it's just hunger in our stomachs. If we fail to devour humans, even if we're cut in half, it's just karma. We accept it. But this guy actually pulled out all the snakes' tongues, boiled them until they were half-cooked, and then set them free. This was a torture that was worse than death. A large number of rainbow snakes moved, immediately causing the eagles in the sky to cry. A large group of golden-crowned eagles shone under the sun as they swooped down again and again. This was simply too blissful. Usually, these stinky snakes hid in the grass and were difficult to catch, but today they all ran out. This was a delicacy from the heavens. We are just hungry from catching snakes, but now we can eat to our heart's content. Isn't this great? Screech. A large eagle took the lead and flew into the sky with a large snake in its mouth. It cried out in the sky, opened its mouth, and the large snake fell. The golden-crowned eagle swooped down and caught it in its mouth again. The cry just now should have been for someone. Oh no, it should have been for an eagle. It felt good to have one eagle, but it was better to have all the eagles and eagles together. Come quickly, there are so many rainbow snakes here. They are easy to catch. Everyone come and enjoy the delicacies. Prepare more food. You can't miss this opportunity. That was probably what it meant. Therefore, in less than 100 breaths, many golden-crowned eagles flew over from all directions. Swooped down again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zhuoxiaoduo's body was boiling hot as he quietly passed through the forest. Wherever he passed, a large number of rainbow snakes fled. Once they fled, the golden-crowned eagles swooped down again. It was not because these eagles were cute, but because these rainbow snakes were simply too disgusting. Zhuoxiaoduo did not want to grab a wet and slippery snake when he was looking for medicine later. Even if he was not afraid, even if the other party would take the initiative to avoid him, he would still feel disgusted when he recalled his poor sense of touch just now. As he searched carefully, he used his divine sense to sense. Every few days, a bit of providence points would fall from the sky and enter the space between his eyebrows. Zhuoxiaoduo's luck points had already exceeded 100 points, reaching an unprecedented 156 points. However, his celestial physiognomy technique still showed no reaction. Zhuoxiaoduo originally thought that he could level up after collecting 10 points. However, when he reached 10 points, there was no movement. Hence, he assumed that he needed 100 points to level up. However, he didn't expect that there would be no movement even after he had exceeded 100 points and by quite a bit. What do you want me to do? Could it be that he needed 1,000 points to advance? However, when the number of fate points exceeded 100, they seemed to have met a certain condition. When more fate points fell, 70% of them fell into the space. The remaining 30% originally only belonged to the meridians, directly to the dantian, increasing cultivation and strengthening the toughness of the meridians and dantian. But now, the remaining 30% was split into two. Half of it still entered his meridians to nourish his body, meridians and dantian. As for the other half, it disappeared silently. Zhuoxiaoduo was very suspicious of this. However, after checking many times, he found that these missing fate points had all entered the incomplete jade pendant in his body. That jade pendant was like an invincible, deep pool. No matter how many fate points entered, there was no reaction at all. There was no ripple. Let's leave it to fate. Zhuoxiaoduo stared at this incomplete jade pendant that could only be seen in his mind. Eat as much as you want. Anyway, I have enough for now. Let's see what you can give me in return when you're full. I don't need you for now. I hunted a rabbit on New Year's Eve. With or without you, I'll celebrate the new year. Zhuoxiaoduo was undoubtedly very open-minded. There was no harm in it. Eat it? I can't do anything about it. Besides, even if there was harm, I couldn't take it out when it was in my body. I could only let him eat it. What other thoughts could I have? He couldn't figure out, resist, or stop things at all. Xiaoduo had always been open-minded. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. If I can't see it clearly, I won't look. If I can't resist it, I'll accept it. If I can't stop it, I'll go along with it. What's the harm? What's the harm? Besides, this jade pendant was the initiator of his cultivation from being unable to cultivate to being able to cultivate. It was already very good to him. Even if there were any ulterior motives or harm, it didn't matter. Yes, it didn't matter. This patch of earth thorn grass looks particularly lush. Xiaoduo looked in front of him. The crowns of several big trees were built like shacks, almost covering the sky. From time to time, meteorites fell and hit the tree trunks above. Several trees were linked together to withstand the impact and could directly bounce the falling meteorites away. Xiaoduo had only stopped for a moment, but he had already seen it several times. This tree has become a spirit. Long, come out and work. Xiaoduo chose a shady place to sit down and ordered, "Look around this area and see if there are any good things hidden." He definitely couldn't say that he was only looking for the Huanyang grass here. This Xiao Long was very sly. Even though he had persuaded him before, who knew what he was thinking in his heart? The human heart. Well, the dragon heart was separated from the stomach. If he said that he was only looking for the Huanyang grass, with this lazy dragon's personality, even if there were a large number of celestial fruits hidden below, it would only report that there was the Huanyang grass. Finally, the mission came. Xiao Long went in excitedly. As a luck dragon with form but without substance, it was very familiar with this kind of work. It was not difficult at all. He looked at the time. It was already 8:30 in the morning. However, Xiaoduo didn't care at all. He leisurely leaned against the tree, closed his eyes to rest. Along the way, even if he had disguised himself as a woman, for those cultivators who were good at identifying with divine sense, what he had done was just to cover his ears and steal a bell. There were many who had already determined his whereabouts and secretly coveted him. However, it was still daytime now, and he was so close to Fenghai City. They wouldn't make a move. So, at least for now, he was completely safe. If I were the Gao family, if I wanted to kill this student who ran out on his own, what would I do? Regarding this hypothetical question, Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong had studied more than 30 possible answers. However, there was no possibility that they would choose to do so at such a time and place. Xiaoduo was very confident in his and Li Chenglong's analysis and judgment. Not long after, Xiao Long emerged from the ground. It strictly followed Xiaoduo's instructions and carefully searched the underground area of the forest. Just as Xiaoduo expected. It really didn't go beyond an inch, but it didn't miss an inch. Yes, Xiaolong was just that obedient. He carried out his orders precisely, following the rules and being meticulous. Yes, boss. Xiaolong and Xiaoduo's communication could be said to be comprehensive. When Xiaoduo was awake, they could talk directly. When Xiaoduo fell asleep, he went into Xiaoduo's dream to talk. These were not problems at all. Xiaoduo's eyelids drooped. There are a few things down there, but they are all ordinary goods. Xiaolong was very disdainful. He said, "There are 2 knotweed cucumbers and 2 other things that you found. They are called Huanyang grass, but they are scattered and very deep underground." Knotweed cucumbers? Xiaoduo was stunned. How old are they? Knotweed cucumbers were very common. They could be seen everywhere in the astral souls. Some were big and some were small. They were not very useful. They are only a few hundred years old. They are not valuable. Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. What do you know? As long as it is Huanyang grass, it can complete the mission. Even if it is only a few decades old, it can still complete the mission. It is already 1,000 years old, and you still think it is not good enough? As for the knotweed cucumbers, let's give up. Tell me the location of the Huanyang grass. How deep is it? Xiaoduo asked. Xiao Long stretched his body to 10 feet and said, "About 6 times as deep as me." Fuck. Xiaoduo said angrily. Then it is 180 meters deep. Xiao Long nodded and pointed to a specific location. Then it disappeared. It could not be used for hard work. It was really weak. We still have to do hard work. I didn't expect it to come so soon. Zuashaduo sighed and took out the Heavenly Witchcraft copper shovel, Heavenly Witchcraft copper crowbar, and Heavenly Witchcraft copper pickaxe. Although he complained, he already knew what was going on. Why were these spirit herbs so precious and hard to find? It was none other than these spirit herbs that grew underground. As long as they were at least 30 years old, they were almost as valuable as those that grew on the surface of the earth and were at least 2,000 years old. Why did this kind of herb need to be given a mission? It had been a long time since anyone had completed it. It was because this kind of spiritual herb grew directly underground. It was impossible to find the traces on the surface. Even ginseng or something like that needed photosynthesis. It could only grow by absorbing energy from the surface through its leaves and vines. Although it was not easy to find, there were still traces to follow. However, this kind of heavenly treasure that only needed the chi of the earth to grow was really impossible to find from the surface. For this kind of heavenly treasure that was hidden under the surface all year round, even if a high-level cultivator could use their spiritual power to go deep into the ground, it would be difficult to find it. This was because these spiritual herbs did not have spiritual power. When one used their spiritual power to search, the feedback was no different from ordinary tree roots. 99% of excavations based on this basis were disappointed, and their hopes were dashed. However, it was because of this that these spiritual herbs were so precious and rare. Chapter 549. He had Xiaolong's help and had already locked onto the location, but he still had to work hard for several hours before he could find anything. As for the others, even if they were geniuses like Li Chenglong who had already analyzed and deduced the approximate location, they would still need to dig through more than half of the forest to have a chance of finding the target. If they were unlucky, even if they only left 1 square meter of the forest, the herb might be hidden in that square meter. Not to mention, who would dig 180 meters into the ground for something that they had no confidence in. As for the Huanyang grass, it could only be considered as a cheap item among the underground herbs. Zuashaoduo took out the Heavenly Witchcraft copper shovel. It was as big as its name suggested. It was 2 square meters in size, and only the front part was sharp. Since the goal was set, it was time to put it into action. Zuashaoduo stabbed the shovel into the ground, and with a shake of his spiritual power, he dug out more than 7 or 8 cubic meters of soil and stones. A big hole appeared in the ground as the shovel passed through. Zuashaoduo dug a big hole in the ground, no less than 5 or 6 square meters. Then, like a hard-working whack-a-mole, he dug deeper. After a full hour, Master Zua had dug a hole 100 meters deep. After becoming a warrior and an expert, digging holes was also awesome. And at this position, he could directly hit the soil on the wall of the cave. Zuashaoduo had an idea and filled the hole with soil outside. In an instant, the hole was completely filled. Only then did he feel relieved. Well, at least he didn't have to worry about being blocked. As for me, I can go out from wherever I want when I find the herb. Zuashaoduo continued to work hard and dug deeper. Xiao Long circled behind him and occasionally dived down to check how far it was. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and sparks flew everywhere. In the completely enclosed space of the tunnel, there was a flash of light. What is this?
Such a hard rock.
Zuashaoduo originally thought that he had found something good. After all, it was buried so deep underground. He carefully expanded the area and dug it out, only to find that his target was a huge jade of astral souls that was 3 to 4 square meters in size and more than 1 meter thick.
But
it's actually a low-grade one.
Fuck.
Zuashaoduo cursed. After spending so much effort to dig out a piece of low-tier jade of astral souls, it turned out to be a piece of trash that would turn into powder with a single breath. How infuriating. The return on consumption was not balanced at all. Damn it. However, Zuashaoduo still kept it. No matter how small a grasshopper was, it was still meat and could be sold for money. Even though the quality of this thing was trash, it was still big enough. If it was thrown out for cultivation, it could be used to carve a huge ornament with the cat spirit sword. It would be a good idea. There was a certain market potential for it. Zhuo persevered and continued to dig. After another 2 hours, Zhuo Whack-a-Mole finally dug to a depth of more than 170 meters and began to expand the search area. He slapped the ground again and again, squeezing the soil. The underground space expanded rapidly and gradually turned into an underground secret room that was dozens of square meters in size. This was another advantage of determining the target's location. Normal searchers wouldn't dare to do this. If Zhuo did this, once he couldn't find the target, it would become a waste of time and effort. Only by determining the target's location would he be able to do it with purpose and meaning. Once the secret room was completed, Zhuo began to dig from the edge with the shovel. He then burned the soil that he dug out with the Flaming Sun Sutra. Finally, we're here, Xiao Long shouted excitedly. Hearing this, Zhuo did not dare to use the shovel directly. Instead, he used his hands to carefully dig out the soil. In the loose soil, there were long grayish-white leaves that looked like leeks. Even though the leaves were grayish-white and did not look very eye-catching at first glance, if one looked carefully, one could see that the leaves contained a kind of faint crystal and warmth. It was as if there was a light flowing slowly inside the leaves. Zhuo continued to dig out the soil with his hands. There were a total of 15 leaves. These leaves were all connected to a small, grayish-white ball-shaped plant. Not bad. It's really the Huanyang grass. Zhuo's eyes lit up. The target of the mission was not a whole stalk of Huanyang grass, but a single leaf. In other words, when one turned the mission at the Hidden Dragon High School, one leaf could be counted as one stalk of Huanyang grass. The 15 leaves here were 15 stalks of Huanyang grass. As for the ball-shaped root, there was an additional price. This order alone was already rich. Where's the other one?
Zhuo asked.
Well, it's not far from here. At most, it's 3 or 4 meters away. I don't recommend using a shovel. It's easy to hurt the plant, Xiao Long said. Okay. Zhuo listened to the advice and continued to dig quickly. This time, he was even faster. In just a few minutes, another stalk of Huanyang grass with 15 leaves was in his hands. Since I've already dug it out, it's just a matter of time. Zhuo was in high spirits. Where's the knotweed squash you mentioned before? I dug it out while I was at it. Xiao Long pointed in the direction. Dig along this line. You'll find it in about 40 meters. Easy. Only 5 minutes later, 2 huge knotweed squashes were in his hands. One of them weighed about 50 to 60 pounds. 2 of them, connected by a vine, looked like 2 big gourds. It was not a big harvest, but not a small one. This kind of medicinal herb was not very useful for warriors, but for ordinary people, it was still a rare treasure. It was worth a lot. Taking it out so easily was a small profit. It was better than nothing. At this point, this action could be considered to have come to an end for the time being. Zhuo directly sat down in the underground secret room to rest. This operation did not consume much of his true core strength, but it consumed a lot of his physical strength. He had to rest for a while. Resting here was more convenient and more private than going out to find another place to rest. Are there any more nearby? Anyway, the hole is already dug. Since we've already dug 9 holes, we might as well add 1 more and sweep all of them. Zhuo was in high spirits. No more. There's really no more. Xiao Long shook his head like a rattledrum. The qi of the earth in this area is only enough to nourish these 4 things. Just like how human strength is limited, the qi of the earth also has its limits. Zhuo immediately looked disappointed. Then that's it. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it. It was 11 o'clock in the afternoon. He asked Xiao Long to go up and scout for information. Was there anyone? Xiao Long had the body of luck. Ordinary people could not see him at all. After a while, Xiao Long came down. There's no movement. Zhuo still did not dare to be careless. He dug a tunnel from the other side. When he returned to the surface and saw the sun, he finally took a big breath. Comfortable. Comfortable. Then he loosely backfilled the excavated soil. He barely made it so that the ground could not be seen. Then he stopped. After doing all this, Zhuo did not stop. He went all the way north in a straight line for more than 1,000 miles. During this distance, he dug another 3 big holes. Each hole was accurate. He dug out 3 stalks of huanyang grass one after another. In Zhuo's spatial ring, there were now 5 complete stalks of huanyang grass. There were 3 stalks with 15 leaves, 1 stalk with 12 leaves, and 1 stalk with 13 leaves. Huanyang grass. It was the most scarce herb in the Hidden Dragon High School. It was the main material used to make Holy Spirit water, Vitality water, Huanyang liquid, various healing pills, and the nutrient solution that filled the nutrition chamber. The Huanyang grass absorbed the vitality of the earth. It was very effective for healing. Huanyang grass that was less than 100 years old would only have 1 leaf. There were also differences in effectiveness. The shape of the leaf was similar to caterpillar fungus. After 100 years, it would grow 1 more leaf for every 100 years it grew. Huanyang grass could be consumed by ordinary people. However, a 50-year-old huanyang grass was the limit of what ordinary people could bear. Generally, people who were not in good physical condition or were slightly weak would not be able to bear it. If they ate it, they would not be able to bear the nourishment and would bleed to death. However, for martial artists, a 50-year-old huanyang grass was just the beginning. Most of the huanyang grass used by the Hidden Dragon martial artists were around 100 to 200 years old. However, its effectiveness was already quite good. The 5 stalks that Zhuo had obtained were all rare items. If he brought them back to the school, the credits he could exchange for would be enough for him to use until he graduated. Of course, if he sold these huanyang grass, he would earn more. However, this depended on Zhuo's choice. However, Zhuo obviously did not think about selling them. Based on Yi Chongqing and Wen Xingtian's actions this morning, Zhuo would not sell them. Although he was stingy and greedy, he still had a bottom line that he guarded very clearly. However, Zhuo was still amazed by the rarity of the huanyang grass. Not to mention other people, the only person in the world who could obtain it so easily was Zhuo. With the help of a fate dragon, he could search for it anywhere. If it was someone else, it would be impossible. In this aspect, even the strongest cultivator would not be able to do it. Even for Li Chenglong, out of the 5 stalks of yang returning grass, he would at most be able to obtain the first 2 stalks. And that was only if he was extremely lucky. Plus, he had to dig up the ground of the ironwood forest for tens of feet. If not for this, it would be impossible. When night fell, Zhuo was already 1,900 miles away. His trajectory had already deviated from the north. He leaned against a tree in a valley in the northwest direction and rested for a while. At this time, Zhuo did not dare to dig a hole to rest. If they were to be surrounded, it would be inconvenient for them at that time. Therefore, he had to leave some space for himself to escape or to fight. Night fell slowly. The wind whistled. I say, my brain is numb from writing. You may not believe it. Today's 7 chapters, please vote. Chapter 550. Taking out his phone, Zhuo opened the latest news. At first glance, he almost thought that he was blind. The phone was full of the latest news. Yi Chongqing, come back quickly. Wen Xingtian, it's dangerous, come back. Xiang Chong, hurry up and come back. Li Chenglong, it's a big deal, come back quickly. Yi Chongqing and Wen Xingtian's messages were sent several times. Did you see it? If you saw it, come back quickly. Are you back yet? Why don't you say something? What's going on? Where are you? Did at least 100 people send him messages asking him to go back? Zhuo's eyes widened. What's going on? I've just come out.
And
I'm already 1,900 miles away from Fenghai City, and it's already midnight. He hurriedly checked on his phone. What's the problem? Li Chenglong's message, Hades Palace website. Zhuo immediately clicked on it. When he saw it, he couldn't help but curse. Fuck your ancestors. What a big deal. I miscalculated. Oh my God. You think too highly of me, ah. The stars flickered in the sky. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Countless meteors fell from the sky with fiery tails. Bright colors dyed the entire world in a brilliant and resplendent light. It was indescribably magnificent. If one ignored the rumbling and dust on the ground, it would be even more beautiful. The night wind blew in the air with the breath of the earth. Zwashauduo leaned against a tree. His whole body seemed to have merged with the night. He looked very carefree, but his heart was very melancholic. Did I want to go back too? But I've been running too happily, and the distance is too far. It's impossible to go back now. They can kill me on the way. It's too obvious. Secondly, I can't afford to lose face. I said that I was out to complete the mission, but in the end, I had to go back dejectedly after a day. Sigh, what a mess. Zwashauduo thought about it and turned his head to look around. Where are the people protecting me?
Where
Are you? So scary. In the midst of the silence, a few silhouettes flew over from the distant sky like lightning did on the ground. A figure soared into the sky and blocked their path. He said indifferently, Where are you all going?
Stay.
This person was Zhang Xiaofei, whom he had not seen for a long time. The people on the other side did not say anything and immediately attacked. Zhang Xiaofei unsheathed both his long sword and short saber. He fought all the way. With his strength alone, he forced the opponents to retreat in a sorry state. The battle's circle gradually moved further away, in another direction. Before the group of people could reach their destination, they were intercepted by a person on the ground and started fighting. Somewhere in the darkness, there seemed to be a distortion in space. A few of them were secretly communicating with each other. Should we move? No need. Wait a little longer. The reward this time is extraordinarily generous. The reward of the underground world is indeed tempting, but it's also because of this that we're not the only ones who are tempted. On the other hand, it's impossible for the target's related forces to be completely unprepared and unresponsive. Then we don't need to rush into action. There will definitely be someone who will act before us. Let's see which direction the wind is going. Big Brother is right. It is wise to plan before taking action. Well, the source of all these was a reward issued by the underground world 8 hours ago in the afternoon. Although this reward was anonymous, it was pinned at the top and had a special effect on the screen. It was because this reward was a super big mission. Such a mission that was pinned at the top rarely appeared. But when it appeared, it meant that a super mission had been issued. Once such a super mission was issued, it would be accompanied by mountains of corpses. But the reward for completing the mission was also very generous. And this time, the special effect on the screen was especially strong. The content was very moving. Mission reward: 1 heart of stars, 1 heaven-level cultivation technique, 10 soul recovery pills, 10 pieces of top-grade Astral Souls jade, 1 kilogram of Astral Souls cake, 3 grams of 100,000 years intermittent Ganoderma, 1 billion star yuan coins. Mission details: kill Zwashauduo. Below that was Zwashauduo's detailed information: his height, age, cultivation level, appearance, and even his bald head and hairless head were all included. There were also his abilities such as hidden weapon techniques, swordsmanship. Even his physiognomy was above. At the end of the reward, there was an additional note: Zwashauduo cultivated the Flaming Sun Sutra. It is suspected that he is related to the Nanjing Qian and the Southern Chief. If you have concerns, don't get involved. The last note was undoubtedly shocking. At the same time, it raised the threshold for those who were willing to accept this reward by a lot. After all, those who dared to take the risk of provoking the Southern Chief were either people with extremely high cultivation or those who didn't care about anything. And in this world, there were many of these two types of people. Especially in the underground world of the King of Hell Palace, there were even more of them. The information related to Zwashauduo finally pointed out that Zwashauduo was now traveling alone and training in the mountains and forests around Fenghai. Anyone could accept this mission. The mission was completely open and there were no restrictions at all. Following the announcement of this mission, the entire underground world instantly went into an uproar. All the underworld mercenaries, assassins, lone wolves, without exception, all went crazy. Such a low cultivation, such a high reward. It was simply a gift from the heavens. There were also many experienced and prudent people who were doubtful. That's not right, right? How could a brat in the embryonic breathing realm be worth so much? This matter is very fishy. Could it be that his background is very big? It should not be suspected that he was related to Minister Nan, but definitely related. Maybe he was the Southern Chief's son or illegitimate son. But most of the people in the underground world were fugitives. Why would they care about this? What's there to be concerned about? Such a generous reward is enough to even kill the crown prince. How can we not accept it? That's right.
Who cares who he is?
He can actually read people's faces. Is this brat a quack? Who cares? Whether he is a quack or a liar, after this mission, won't he be a dead man? This reward is mine. I know, this brat is worth so much because of his relationship with the Southern Chief. But speaking of killing a small practitioner in the embryonic breathing realm, how much energy would it take? With so many people attacking together, even if the Southern Chief has great power, would he know who killed him? Even if it's the Southern Chief, he can't kill so many people who attacked him, right?
He. Think about it, he.
He, my ass. Who doesn't know that you've already set off? Is it necessary to come here to set off a smoke bomb to prove your innocence? I'm not going either. I'm here to prove my innocence, haha. That's right, the Southern Chief is so scary. I don't dare to go and prove my innocence. The forum was in full swing. Everyone who said they would go, and those who said they would not go were actually thinking the same thing. They were already on their way. In the underground world, personal safety was absolute. If the reward was handed over, Tong Lao would not lie. This was the consensus of the entire world. Without this guarantee, how could the reward mission appear so openly? Moreover, the underground world was not only opposite the Astral Souls continent, but also the Umno Alliance continent and the Dao League continent. These people would not care about Nanjingqian. Perhaps there were too many people in this continent who could not come over, but there were still many people in the Astral Souls continent who were ready to make a move and flocked over. In an underground cave that's what Xiaoduo had dug. Fong Inua looked at the screen of his phone and broke out in cold sweat. My ancestor. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into? Fong Inua's original intention of coming over was naturally to protect Zhou Xiaoduo. However, after he saw the reward, he immediately knew that Zhou Xiaoduo did not need his protection anymore. In fact, he would be protected by Zhou Xiaoduo instead. Under such circumstances, he did not dare to show his face at all. The mission was issued 8 hours ago. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of high-level martial artists gathered around Feng Hai. This was not a joke, it was reality. There were even more martial artists. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of them. They were all gathering here. After the mission was issued, there was no difference whether Zhou Xiaoduo was in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy or training outside. There was no lack of desperados in this world. As the saying went, money can enslave ghosts, but also gods. This had always been the truth of the ancient times. Money was the most tempting thing, especially the greed of desperados. The Heart of Stars. This name might be unfamiliar to low-level martial artists. However, the Heart of Scorching Sun that Zhou Xiaoduo had obtained previously was just a type of Heart of Stars with attributes. This showed how valuable it was. A heaven-level martial art was a super martial art that could be practiced to the level of a senior magus. Moreover, its value was beyond cliché. It was a priceless treasure in the truest sense of the word. 10 soul recovery pills. No matter how serious the injuries were, as long as a soul recovery pill was taken by a soul recovery pill, they would immediately recover their cultivation and injuries. Even broken limbs could be regrown. This was not the most important thing. More importantly, this pill was extremely effective even for martial artists above the level of mysterious returning pill. It could be said to be a life-saving medicine that could bring back the dead. 10 supreme grade jade of astral souls. There was no need to explain this. Anyway, in recent years, the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy had not obtained even half a jade in their hands for a long time. Astral Souls Cake. It was known as a godly item for breaking through. No matter what level one was at, if one was stuck at a bottleneck for 100 years or 1,000 years, as long as one had the Astral Souls Cake, they could immediately break through the bottleneck and enter a new realm. 3 grams of 100,000 years old intermittent Ganoderma. 1 gram could regrow a broken limb that had been broken for God knows how many years. For example, a martial artist who had one of his arms chopped off when he was at the Xiantian level. Later on, his cultivation level became higher and higher. However, because the time span was too long, even if he reached the divine returning mysterious level or even higher, the severed arm could no longer be regrown. Moreover, it was difficult to connect with the body and use it to its full potential. It was completely useless. However, with this kind of intermittent Ganoderma, one only needed 1 gram to find a new arm and attach it to one's shoulder. After taking the intermittent Ganoderma, one could completely recover in a day and night. Chapter 551. After being mediated by the intermittent Ganoderma, the new arm would be no different from a natural one. It would be completely compatible with the practitioner's strong cultivation. Regardless of the meridians, qi, and blood, it would be exactly the same as the one in one's body. As for the last 1 billion star dollar, it was just a side item. However, it was eye-catching enough to catch people's attention. When Fong Inua saw these items, even he was tempted, let alone others. My young master, who exactly did you offend? Is it necessary to kill a junior in the embryonic breathing realm like you? Is it really necessary? Fong Inua's face was pale as he stared at the forum for a long time. After witnessing the revelry of the entire underground world, he felt weak all over. His body was almost limp. How could it be so valuable? Really, even if it was to assassinate the crown prince, these items should be enough, right? Fong Inua muttered to himself. He was really afraid. He didn't know when the words "completed" would suddenly appear on the bounty mission. I miscalculated. Shangjing City. In an extremely secret place. A few people gathered here. They were all disguised, but they all knew who each other was. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes were solemn. There was even some panic. Didn't they only take out the heaven-level cultivation method, the superb grade Astral Souls Jade, and the 1 billion star dollar? Who added the Hearts of Stars, 10 resurrection pills, Astral Souls Cake, and the 100,000 intermittent Ganoderma? One of them asked anxiously, "Isn't it a bastard? This is too big of a target." It wasn't me. It wasn't me either. It wasn't me either. The few of them looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with panic. Everyone here was a ruthless character who had experienced countless big scenes. These few people could totally remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of them.
However, now,
this group of people was panicking. Just the bounty that they had taken out was enough to cause chaos. When they took it out, they were already reluctant to part with it. However, they had posted the mission and sent people to complete it. Firstly, it was to confuse the public. Secondly, these items could increase the abilities of their own clan's ancient martial art practitioners. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
but
How did it become like this? Now, the Heart of Stars, Soul Recovery Pill, 100,000-year-old intermittent Ganoderma, and Astral Souls Cake had been added to the list. These items were many times more valuable than what they had offered. The nature of the situation had changed. The level of these things was too high. Furthermore, it was only after the bounty had been announced that someone had increased it. Usually, there was only one explanation for this situation, and that was the missions overlapped. This showed that there were other people who wanted Zhuo dead, and they were even more eager than them. This overlap was really deadly. If Zhuo really died, the first ones to be investigated would be them. Just how hateful is this brat? His ability to attract hatred is unparalleled. One of them sighed. Now is not the time to discuss Zhuo's problem, but Are we being used by someone? Another person frowned. When the bounty was first announced, the few of them had already thought of all kinds of possible situations, and even the follow-up countermeasures. In particular, the method of throwing out a few scapegoats had been premeditated by several layers. After all, the person behind Zhuo was most likely the southern chief himself. No matter how cautious they were, it would not be too much. However, they had never imagined that such a change would occur. Adding 4 more treasures of even more terrifying value to their already generous bounty, the popularity of the auction had increased by 100-fold. They had only hoped to stir up a small chaos, but it had suddenly turned into a tsunami. This intensity had reached the level of total loss of control. Cut off our communication immediately. One of them immediately reacted and gritted his teeth. This time, we have become pawns, scapegoats. It's not to this extent. The reputation of the underground world is still trustworthy. Besides, the person who issued the mission has nothing to do with us. It's better to be safe than sorry. Now, what we need to deal with is not only the Southern Chief or the Martial Hidden Dragon, but also the person who is using us. We have to be wary of him putting us on the table and leading us to face the Martial Hidden Dragon, or even the Southern Chief. Yes. We have to clean up the mess immediately to ensure that nothing goes wrong. This storm will be a huge wave that surges to the heavens, a wave that is large enough to engulf us. I believe that everyone should be clear that now is no longer the time to consider whether we can get a share of the pie and achieve the set goal. The first thing we need to consider is to not be implicated. This wave of change came out of nowhere and caught us off guard.
Sigh.
At this moment, the hearts of the few people were filled with regret. What a mess! But now, the situation had not completely deteriorated. Let's wait and see what happens next. It's out of control. It's completely out of control. When Yi Chongqing, when Xing Tian, Xiang Kuangren, and Gao Zhiyun found out about this, it was already close to evening. Everyone's faces were snow white. Heart of Stars, Heaven-level technique, Supreme Astral Soul's Jade, Soul Recovery Pill, Astral Soul's Cake, 100,000 years intermittent Ganoderma. Yi Chongqing's eyes flashed coldly. This price is enough to kill me. It's too much. It's almost the level of a general or deputy general in the military. Do those few clans have the courage to do so? Not only do they not have such courage, but they also don't have such financial resources, right? Even if they can afford it, how can they bear to do it? But they definitely have connections. Zhuo Xiaoduo's trial must be stopped immediately. Send people to bring him back immediately. This is the most urgent matter. We can't delay. Where is he now? He's currently in the west. Immediately. Send a few more people. Okay. The phone rang. Yi Chongqing picked up the phone. His expression froze. Mayor Nan. Then, he blurted out in shock. Not moving? What do you mean? How can he not move?
This.
Where did this come from? Shangjing. Mayor Nan held the phone with a helpless expression. You can't figure it out? That's right. The problem is I'm also in despair. Shindu in an office building. This was an office building rented by some ordinary secular enterprises. It was the most ordinary and uneventful. In one of the offices, 3 people were drinking tea.
Who posted these bounties this time? I really don't know about this.
But the underground world hasn't had such a big movement for a long time. It's not a bad thing to be lively. It won't be good if the underground world is like stagnant water for a long time. You're right. Then we don't have to worry about it. Let's just wait and see. These 3 people were the founders of the underground world. They were also the 3 big shots in the underground world. However, on the surface, they were just 3 small website owners who looked like hooligans. Perhaps it was because of this layer of protection that no one knew about their real identities and backgrounds after all these years. Naturally, these 3 people had their own backgrounds in the past. However, they had washed their hands of gold for many years and no longer cared about any grudges in the underworld. It seemed like they just wanted to retire peacefully. At least on the surface, these three people drank tea, played cards, and chatted on a daily basis. They were living a comfortable life. In the entire Shindu, including the entire continent of astral souls, no one knew that these three people who looked like they were just idling around and waiting for death were actually in charge of the huge underground world. At this moment, someone knocked on the office door. The three of them were slightly stunned. Then one of them said, "Come in." The three of them were not surprised. It was normal for them to hear a knock on the door during their daily lives. Perhaps it was just to collect water, electricity, and gas. It was just a normal day. To be honest, after so many years, they had almost forgotten that they were martial artists. The door opened. A young man who looked to be in his late 20s walked in with a smile on his face. He said calmly, "Hello, bosses." The three of them narrowed their eyes at the same time. They asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The three of them did not recognize this person. He was a complete stranger. Based on the aura of this person, he was definitely not a collector. He was also not an ordinary person. The smile on the young man's face remained. His figure was tall and straight, and his features were handsome. His pair of long legs gave people the feeling that his legs could propel him into the starry sky, connecting the heavens and the earth. He walked in slowly, as if this was his own home. He pulled a chair and sat beside the coffee table. He smiled and said, "Your tea is not bad. It's snow soul sprout, right? It's really good. Give me a cup too." The eldest brother's eyes sharpened like a hawk's. He said, "Brother, we old guys don't seem to know you. This is a lawful society. It's not right for you to come in uninvited." The young man completely ignored the eldest brother's question. He leisurely took the tea box and a teacup. He did not seem to be an outsider and calmly made himself a cup of tea. The boiling hot water was poured into the cup. The grayish-white snow soul sprout began to roll up and down, blooming with a shocking green color. Wisps of tea fragrance floated and diffused, refreshing the mind. The person who came and greeted them warmly, as he was busy.
"Sit down.
The three of you sit down and talk. Why are you still treating yourselves as outsiders?" The three of them felt the same. Their palms were all sweaty. This was a sign of inexplicable nervousness. This person did not respond to Big Brother's question at all. He just sat there, but he had already turned from a guest to a host. Everything came so naturally, and it was only logical. His bearing was graceful, calm, and elegant. It was as if everything was under his control. Chapter 552. The three of them didn't know how to react. The young man smiled at the big brother, blood demon, Sinjong Feng. The big brother took a deep breath. "You." The young man pointed at the second brother, knife demon, Pingyo. Knife demon Pingyo's face was pale, but he laughed strangely. "Sir, I don't think I've met you before." The young man smiled faintly and pointed at the third brother, sword demon, Zhou Haotian. The sword demon sat still, but there was already dense sword energy flowing all over his body, wreaking havoc. The three outer demons had all gathered their lifetime's cultivation and were ready to fight to the death. The young man didn't care at all. His two long legs stretched out more and more. He took a sip of the tea and praised, "This tea is really good. It's actually new tea from back then. You three brothers really have good taste. When I leave later, remember to pack 3 pounds of tea for me." Sin Zhongfeng's pupils contracted. 3 pounds? "Sir, I don't think we're at the stage where I can give you tea leaves." The young man said calmly, "We'll be friends for a moment, and we'll be friends even when we're old. How can I be stingy with tea leaves? Oldson, what you're saying is too narrow-minded." He turned the teacup and smiled even more. Back then, the 3 extraterrestrial devils, who claimed to have washed their hands of gold, actually joined hands to set up a website and took charge of the underground world. This matter, and this achievement really surprised me. But the result was good after all. The 3 of you aren't in the pugilistic world, but you're in charge of the King of Hell Palace. To a certain extent, you've contributed to the stability of society. The young man nodded and said affirmatively, "This is not an exaggeration." It's not a bad thing for the three of you to control the king of Hell Palace. In this world, there's never only a white world, there's also a need for a dark world. There must be a coexistence. The three of them only felt their blood rushing to their heads. Their hearts were tightly grasped by a big hand. This young man actually knew the three of them like the back of his hand. The young man looked at the rolling tea leaves in the transparent teacup, the green leaves blooming one by one. His gaze was still deep, as if he was ordering his subordinates. The king of Hell Palace is still yours. But in the next period of time, my people will temporarily move in. I'm just looking for some background information. It won't interfere with your normal work. Let's settle this matter, shall we? Although he was asking for her opinion, his tone and expression showed that he had already made up his mind. The sword demon let out a strange laugh and said, "Your Excellency, you are so confident that you can defeat us. But we don't know you, and we don't think you are qualified to give us orders. How can you teach us?" The young man smiled and said, No, you know me." The three of them looked suspicious at the same time.
Do we know you?
The young man said leisurely, "The three of you should be quite familiar with me. Although we haven't met before, you must be familiar with my name. Is your name familiar to us?" The expressions of the three became increasingly serious. After a second of silence, Blood Devil Tsin Zhongfeng solemnly asked, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" The youth said indifferently, "My name is Yu Dongtian. What do you think? Don't you find it familiar?" "I am that Yu Dongtian you know very well." He raised his eyebrows. "Right? Am I right? Are you familiar with me?"
Puff.
The moment the sword demon and the sword demon heard this name, they were scared out of their wits. Their true chi immediately went astray. The accumulated sword chi in their bodies had nowhere to vent, but they didn't dare to release it in front of them. They forcefully maintained their true chi and forcefully suppressed it. The chair under them was immediately cut into pieces by the overflowing energy. The two of them sat on the ground, but their four eyes were still looking at the young man in front of them with shock. The sword demon only felt a heat in his crotch. He was so scared that he had already wet half of his pants. The Blood Devil Tsin Zhongfeng, who was sitting on the main seat opposite him, turned pale. The teacup in his hand was crushed. The water flowed on the tea table, and a part of it actually flowed towards the young man. Tsin Zhongfeng's eyes were sharp, and his hands were fast. He directly bent down and used his mouth to drink the tea on the tea table. He was afraid that it would really flow over there and annoy the Heavenly King. But he drank too quickly and choked. For a moment, he couldn't stop coughing. He covered his mouth with one hand and turned his head to one side. He actually didn't dare to cough in front of the young man in front of him, but he turned his head too quickly. With a crack, he broke his neck. In the midst of his haste, he apologized while holding his neck with his hand and turned back to his original position. But his head was already drenched in cold sweat. What is this? This is a person's name, a tree shadow. Just the three words Yu Dongtian made the three outer demons of the past, who were now the rulers of the underground world, lose their composure. They showed all kinds of ugliness and were scared out of their wits. Heavenly King of the Right. You are right. We are indeed familiar with your name. My lord. The three people who came back to their senses moved in unison. They knelt on the ground at the same time. Their faces were only pale, without any trace of blood. Any one of the three outer demons was quite a powerful and ruthless character. No matter whether it was their cultivation or reputation, they had reached a very high level. Even though they had already retired from the martial world, there were still legends about them in the martial world. In fact, if not for each of them being ruthless people, how could they really live a stable life? How could the martial world's chaos be stopped by just retiring from the martial world? When the three of them joined forces, they had an earth-shattering power. Even if their opponents were one level higher than them, they could still fight and even win. But compared to the Heavenly King of the Right, they were still fireflies and the sun and the moon. They couldn't be compared. Why are you kneeling? The Heavenly King of the Right, Yu Dongtian, smiled faintly. Then, he sniffed and showed a look of disgust for the first time. Who peed? Why aren't you changing your clothes? Then clean this place. He shook his head and said with some disappointment, "The three of you are the rulers of the underground world. How can you be so timid? You don't pay attention to hygiene. Peeing and urinating everywhere. Is this how the three outer demons behave?" Yes, yes, yes. We deserve to die. Deserve to die. The three of them nodded. Zhou Haotian, the sword demon, quickly ran out to change his clothes. As for running away, what kind of joke was that? The heavenly king of the right had already found their nest. Why would they run away? If they ran away now, they would be crazy. As for the blood demon and the sword demon, the two brothers hurriedly found some tools and mops to clean the place. They opened the windows, they used their life's cultivation to cover all the strange smells in the room and threw them out. Then, they filtered the fresh air from outside and spread it in. The sword demon even went to his office and brought in 2 big pots of fragrant green plants to clean the air as much as possible. After a long period of work, the sword demon also changed into a clean set of clothes and came back. The three of them nodded and bowed, but their bodies were still trembling uncontrollably. Their lips were blue, and their faces were pale. Heavenly King. The blood demon opened his mouth with great difficulty. At this moment, he had the urge to die. Was it necessary? Was it necessary? Even if you found us, you could just send a soldier to say a few words, and we could only run away. Was it necessary for you, the Heavenly King of the Right, to come here personally? Could it be that you wanted to make sure nothing went wrong, so you came here personally? You think too highly of us, don't you? Intentionally or unintentionally, the blood demon saw the poker cards on the table. He wanted to cry but had no tears. The reason was very simple. When the three brothers had nothing to do, they would play do-diju for a while. The current situation was exactly the same as a joke that was circulating on the internet. I threw out a 3. Then, the Heavenly King exploded. How could we play? How could we play? Sit down, sit down. You don't have to look like dead people. I'm not here to make trouble for you. The Heavenly King of the Right was still amiable. He smiled and said, "Today, just treat me as an ordinary customer. At most, I'm an uninvited guest." Customer. The three of them wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could there be a customer like you? Sit down. Yu Dongtian glared at them. The three of them immediately sat down on the ground in unison. Yu Dongtian rubbed his forehead and sighed. Don't you understand human language? I'm asking you to sit on the chairs. Oh. The three of them quickly went to find chairs. The sword demon and the sword demon quickly dragged chairs over. The blood demon had a chair on his side, so he directly sat down. Unexpectedly, his mind was still in an unbalanced state, and his vital energy leaked out instinctively. He followed in the footsteps of the sword demon and directly shattered the chair. He had no choice but to repeatedly apologize and look for chairs in a sorry state. After a while, the three of them finally sat down. The three of them sat upright and still, like primary school students who had skipped school and met a strict discipline master. You don't have to be so tense. Yu Dongtian said indifferently, "Do you need me to repeat what I said just now?" No. Every word you said just now was etched in our hearts. We dare not forget, the three of them said in unison. The blood demon Xin Zhongfeng hurriedly said, "You said you want to send people to investigate the background information. This is completely no problem at all. We welcome you with open arms." Yu Dongtian said indifferently, obedient. "Thank you for the compliment, sir. Don't worry, this is just a temporary move. After this matter is over, the King of Hell Palace will still be yours," Yu Dongtian said. Yes, we three brothers will listen to your orders. We will not disobey, and we will agree." Yu Dongtian looked at the three demons who were scared out of their wits and smiled helplessly. He still made things clear. "This matter does not need me or my men to appear, but I came personally. Do you know why?" Xin Zhongfeng's mind was still in a mess, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. He heard the Heavenly King's words very clearly, but his brain could not do such a thing. He could only blink, like a primary school student with a strong thirst for knowledge. In a daze, he asked cooperatively, "Why?" His face was full of curiosity. This action was inexplicably cute. Chapter 554. A big net had been pulled open. A riot that blotted out the sky and covered the earth had also begun. But the other net, which was even taller and larger, was even higher up in the sky. It covered the sky and the sun. Who was setting the trap? Who was pulling in the net? Who was playing chess? Who was the chess piece? Zhuo was completely unaware of this. He just felt that the current situation seemed to be a little strange. The first half of the night was unexpectedly quiet. No one came to find trouble with him. How could the other party be so calm? It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. It was almost past the limit of the human body's tiredness. Zhuo had just stretched his body when he suddenly saw a shadow flashing in front of him. Zhuo's body swayed, and he was dozens of feet away. Puff! His original position had already been smashed into smithereens by a surge of qi. The fatal attack came unexpectedly. The murderous intent was overwhelming and awe-inspiring. 5 shadowy figures appeared around him. Is it this guy? It's this guy. Go. Zhuo held his long sword and shouted, "Who are you?" The 5 people did not say a word. 5 weapons attacked like poisonous snakes. Zhuo snorted and summoned the drizzle sword. He waved it repeatedly, and his surroundings were immediately enveloped by a dense curtain of rain. Dang, dang, dang! 5 consecutive sounds of vibration. Zhuo's long sword had collided with the weapons of the 5 people. Even though the rain sword had the ability to dissipate the force, Zhuo still felt waves of pain in his wrist. Nascent soul transformation. The 5 people were all cultivators in the nascent soul transformation stage. Moreover, they were not ordinary nascent soul transformation stage cultivators. Zhuo was shocked.
Run!
With a flash of light under his feet, the moonlight suddenly overflowed as the full moon rose abruptly. Zhuo rode on the full moon and drifted more than 100 meters away. He floated all the way up and landed on the top of the mountain 100 meters away. This amazing body movement was one of the 3 body movements that his father, Zhuo, had taught him, and Yen Cat, 1,000 miles bright moon. Zhuo had already practiced this movement technique to the point that he was very familiar with it. However, he never thought that the true effect of this movement technique would be so awesome. With just a slight movement, he had already arrived at the other end of the place he had anticipated. At this moment, the moon in the sky seemed to be even brighter, as if it was cheering for Zhuo's marvelous body movement. Seeing that their target was right in front of them, the 5 people who were heading towards them were astonished. According to their momentum, the 5 of them had already formed an encirclement. The moment they arrived at Zhuo's resting position was the moment when the power of the 5 of them reached its peak. After all, they had never intended to talk nonsense with Zhuo from the beginning. They wanted to kill him directly. However, they could not imagine how this brat, who was only in the embryonic breathing realm, could fight against the 5 of them without being at a disadvantage. With just a slight turn, he was able to escape from the range of their qi activity. Rising 70 meters as if he was weightless, then moving 100 meters in the air, all the way to the top of the mountain. At this moment, the moonlight was like water, illuminating the heaven and earth, making it hazy and cold. It was bright and clean. Zhuo had just tried out the 1,000 miles bright moon body movement technique. With a thought, his body moved, and his mind moved. In a trance, he had arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking up at the crescent moon that had risen to the middle of the sky, his mind was filled with the description of the 1,000 miles bright moon body movement technique. The effect is better when used under the moonlight. Could it be that this body movement technique could actually communicate with the power of the moonlight? It couldn't be that magical, right? Yes, just now, with a thought, his body moved quietly, and he had arrived at the top of the mountain in an instant. It was indeed magical. While Xiaoduo was still pondering, the 5 people had already chased after him in the air. They were all dressed in black and had masks on their faces. Their murderous intent was clear and undisguised. Take advantage of the fact that the others haven't arrived yet. We can't miss this God-given opportunity. Make your move quickly. We'll leave as soon as we're done. The 5 of them activated their secret techniques at the same time, unleashing the man and weapon as one technique. Each of them exerted all their strength, intending to end this battle and the person in front of them in the shortest time possible. Xiaoduo saw that danger was approaching. He shouted loudly, "Who are you people?" The 5 of them did not say a word, burying their heads in the attack. After Xiaoduo finished his opening speech, he immediately dodged and said faintly, "The 5 of you don't look good today. You're all plagued with sins, and you're about to be killed. You're filled with bad luck, and you don't want to seek good fortune and avoid evil. Instead, you're thinking of robbing and killing. You're about to face a bloody disaster. Why don't you put down your weapons and we can have a good chat? I'll give you some pointers on how to avoid death and prolong your life. Isn't it better to be friends than to fight and kill?" Xiaoduo did not stop talking. The rain sword in his hand, the starry sky steps under his feet, and the newly comprehended 1,000 miles bright moon steps did not stop either. He was able to maintain his composure in the midst of the 5 people's joint attack. The 5 of them did not say a word, but their attacks became faster and more ruthless. You're the one who's going to face a bloody disaster. You're going to face a bloody disaster right now. You're here with a purpose, so you must know my background and background. At least, you know my information. I know how to read fortunes, and I gather all that I've learned in my life. Put down your weapons and let's be friends. I'll do my best to give you pointers on how to avoid the disaster. Everyone will be safe and harmonious. In the future, we'll be good together, and everyone will be good together. What do you think?" Xiaoduo continued to talk. "Believe me, you're really going to face a bloody disaster. It's about to come true." The 5 of them still did not say a word, but their attacks became fiercer. The sword in Xiaoduo's hand flew up and down, and he tried his best to resist. However, he could not help but be suppressed. After a while, he suddenly shouted, "So powerful!" Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoduo's body suddenly leaned back. Seeing that they had the upper hand, the 5 of them became more and more unforgiving. They rushed up together and attacked continuously. However, a ball of bright moonlight suddenly flashed, and Xiaoduo floated out with the moonlight. In a flash, he had already entered the dense forest. Nobody knew how far he had gone, and he was even more hurried to the depths of the forest. The 5 of them did not have any scruples, and they chased after him in unison. This brat's movement technique was truly awesome. Truly amazing. He left the battlefield just like that. Especially that round of flowing moonlight. It was as if the moon was helping him, and it was so mysterious that it sent him out. Just as the 5 of them entered the forest, the sound of the wind suddenly rose, and it was mixed with copious amounts of heat, and it came raging towards them. The 5 of them came with a purpose, so they were naturally familiar with all the information that Xiaoduo had shown in front of others. How could they not know that this was definitely the hidden weapon attack that Xiaoduo was good at? At this moment, they only had a feeling of as expected in their hearts, and each of them blocked the attack. Dang, dang, dang. After 5 consecutive sounds, the incoming hidden weapons were all knocked away, and no one knew where they landed. Then, a glaring red brilliance rushed towards them from the opposite side like a violent storm. It was as if a sea of magma had suddenly erupted. Before it even got close, the heat waves were already rolling, and the 5 of them felt that it was hard to breathe. Looks like this is the legendary Flaming Sun manual. The 5 of them thought so, and at the same time, they became more alert. On the opposite side, Xiaoduo roared again, "I'll fight it out with all of you." It looked like this Flaming Sun manual was indeed his trump card. After all, he was just a baby Xiao. Humph, humph, humph. The 5 of them held their breaths, and each of them circulated their cultivation, and clashed repeatedly with Xiaoduo's rainstorm sword technique that was wrapped in the heat of the sun. The battle was exceptionally brilliant, and sparks flew everywhere. At this moment, 3 of them suddenly screamed, and blood spurted out from their eyes. These were the 3 hidden weapons that seemed to have been knocked away, but at this moment, they had actually appeared out of nowhere and were mixed with scorching heat, directly piercing into their eye sockets. The 3 of them screamed miserably and felt as if a piece of red-hot iron had drilled into their weak eye sockets and was spinning and burning all the way to their brain. The 3 of them screamed miserably and were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. At this moment, they could no longer care about attacking Zhuo and covered their eyes and took out medicine from their spatial rings. Unfortunately, their struggle to survive was futile, and the 3 hidden weapons all exploded after spinning to a certain degree. However, the soft sound of the explosion was still playing in their heads, and it was soul-stirring, causing their expressions to change. The 3 of them only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before they could only roll on the ground. The 3 of them had suffered from the explosion in their heads, and brain death was a foregone conclusion. This was a serious injury, and they were bound to die. However, the bodies of cultivators were strong, and they could still instinctively struggle, rolling and spasming on the ground. The other 2 were shocked, and they suddenly retreated more than 10 meters, their eyes full of shock. "Who is it? Who's here?" "It's me. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Zhuo rushed out, and the dark red light in his hand suddenly flashed, and he had already inserted it into the dantian of one of the 3 dying people. He moved like the wind, and the 3 spatial rings were already in his hands. The dragon blood flying dagger stayed in the first person's dantian for a second, and then it was pulled out and inserted into the second person's dantian. It stayed for a second, and then it was inserted into the third person's dantian. He still had a breath left, and his qi had not dissipated, so he could not waste it. Zhuo was a stingy person, so how could he be willing to waste energy? Luck points, dragon blood dagger, spatial rings, and a large wallet, all of them could not be missing. During this period of time, he had used up a lot of his dragon blood flying dagger, and it was no longer full. Now that there was a good replenishment in front of him, how could he not use it? The remaining 2 people rushed forward angrily. "What a beast! What are you doing?" That kid was actually trampling on his brother's corpse. Zhuo immediately retreated and said with a smile, "Aren't you still alive? Rather than wasting it, why don't you let me use it? This spatial ring was originally my spoils of war, so why can't I take it?" The 2 glared at him, and they rushed forward with all their might. Despicable. Shameless. As they spoke, they had already rushed to the side of the 3 corpses. Whoosh! However, a few hidden weapons flew up from the ground beside the corpses, and just as the 2 people were about to step past them, they drilled into the soles of their shoes at lightning speed. The scorching energy broke through the Yongquan acupoint with irresistible force, and it spun and rushed forward. Boom! Explosion! The 2 people's screams directly tore through the night sky. Chapter 555. Zhuo, who was on the opposite side, also pounced forward. Without another word, the sword light in his hand exploded and scattered. The sword light speckled and dazzled like stars. The flaming sun scripture was operated at full power. It was as if the sun was burning the sky, illuminating the surroundings. He looked like a small sun in a dark forest, dazzling and dazzling. The cat spirit sword attacked wildly. With 2 light snapping sounds, the long swords in the hands of the 2 people broke. Just as the sharp pain came from his feet, his body instinctively shook. Zhuo's dragon blood flying dagger flew out of his hand and accurately pierced into the chest of one person. The cat spirit sword in his other hand also shakily pierced into the right chest of the last person. The bright tip of the sword, which was at least 10 centimeters long, appeared behind the person's back. In a flash, it was pulled back. In an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain. Zhuo's body flashed like lightning. He had already pulled out the dragon blood flying dagger, and took off the space ring. He turned around and chopped off the person's head. His body turned, and the long sword pressed against the neck of the last person. The cold blade was pressed against the neck. He laughed and said, "I said that you will have a bloody calamity. Now, do you believe me? Why didn't you listen to my advice? Now, do you still have any doubts about my technique?" The sole of the last survivor's foot was blown up, and his right chest was pierced through by the burning energy of the cat's spirit sword. The injury was so serious that he almost died. His face was extremely distorted. It was unknown when the cloth covering his face fell off, revealing a ferocious face covered with whiskers. At this moment, his eyes were filled with extreme anger. He looked at Swishaoduo and said, "This is your technique? I've learned. Such a despicable and shameless method. Haha, the Hidden Dragon Martial School actually taught a student like you who has no bottom line." Swishaoduo smiled and said, "I'm not good with words. I can't win in a war of words. I'm too lazy to reason with you. I only want to ask you, if I said that you will have a bloody calamity, do you believe me? Does this count as a bloody calamity?" The person glared at Swishaoduo and said, "You've already won. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Why do you have to humiliate us like this? You're just wasting your breath." Swishaoduo frowned and said, "How is this a waste of my breath? We're obviously discussing the technique, which is a profound problem. Why are you so impatient? I'm giving you advice. Don't you know how to point out the right path? Do you understand? Just give me a quick death. Thank you." The man closed his eyes. He really didn't want to communicate with someone anymore. "Do you believe me? Say you believe me. I'll give you a quick death. Do you think I'll think, SSS, else, eyes as use, eyes and eyes, SS the Xiaoduas of the head, what the fuck is this? I'm even being threatened to die. You have to think about it carefully. You've been captured alive by me, and you've even shown your face. What can't you do under torture? Even if you're a man made of iron, how many days can you last? Since you're destined to die in the end? Why do you have to go through that torture?" Swishaoduo said with conviction. "Besides, am I wrong? You're indeed facing a bloody calamity. Now, 4 out of the 5 of you are dead. Isn't it a miracle? The truth is right in front of your eyes. Why don't you believe me?" The Xiaoduo closed his eyes and said weakly, "You win. You're like a god. I believe you. I believe you completely. Can you kill me quickly? Why are you so perfunctory?" Swishaoduo was dissatisfied and said, "Please, can you be more sincere?" The Xiaoduo broke down and said, "Kill me now. Do you believe me? I believe you. Are you going to kill me or not?" Swishaoduo did not talk nonsense this time. He picked up the dragon blood-flying dagger and stabbed it into his dantian. After a pause, he stabbed the dagger into his heart again. He took off the space ring and stood up. Looking at the 5 corpses, he could not help but sigh and murmur, "Amitabha, the Buddha is merciful. Sigh, the 5 of you died so miserably. Your corpses are incomplete, your spirits are gone, and your bodies are buried in the wilderness. Sigh, you'll suffer if you don't listen to your elders. I've already said that you're facing a bloody calamity." He murmured to himself and left. As for cleaning up the corpses, cough, there was danger everywhere. Swishaoduo felt that it was more important to escape. Corpses and bones. They were all worldly possessions. What was the value of them? Besides, Swishaoduo had already said that they were buried in the wilderness. Of course, he had to do what he said. It was another way of saying that words were the law. About 4 or 5 minutes later, a series of shadows flashed, and people came from several directions. Finally, more than a dozen people gathered here. Although the sky was dark, these people were all high-level cultivators, and their eyesight was not affected. They died so miserably. They all died under the sword and the hidden weapon. The information is true. This guy's hidden weapon is really brilliant. It's really amazing. Chase. These people were obviously not in the same group. The dozen people were divided into at least 5 or 6 groups. They spread out in different directions and started a carpet search. Swishaoduo ran all the way. His left hand was always holding the dragon blood flying dagger. As he ran, he was constantly absorbing power to ensure that his strength was always at its peak. Swishaoduo, who had been releasing power at a high intensity, was also absorbing power at a very fast speed. Just like this, he's a nascent soul master. Swishaoduo was very dissatisfied. I killed a total of 5 people, and the dragon blood flying dagger is still in a half-full state. It's still a fake. In the future, can the instructors be more conscientious and let everyone pay more attention to their own quality and not blindly improve their level? This makes my dragon blood flying dagger very disappointed. Swishaoduo, who was running forward, suddenly had 2 drops of luck points fall from the sky. Swishaoduo immediately felt a burst of comfort all over his body. The restlessness of his meridians and dantian also stabilized. Once again, he clearly felt that 1/3 of the luck points had entered the broken jade pendant and disappeared without a trace. Sure enough, it's good to look at the overlord form like this. Logically speaking, the karma of a nascent soul cultivator should be at the level of 1 drop per person. Why did 5 people only give 2 drops? This stinginess is incurable. Although he had gained a lot, Swishaoduo was still a little dissatisfied. But when he thought of the 5 space rings he had just robbed, he felt a little better in his heart. Finally, he had gained something, but he didn't know how much he would gain in the end. Desperados like these usually carried all their belongings with them. I'm really looking forward to it. I like desperados like this. Why don't there be a few more killers like this? Even if there were 8 or 10 of them, it wouldn't be too much. Swishaoduo thought to himself happily. It was unknown whether his wish came true or the heavens followed his wishes. Swishaoduo's body flew past the edge of the forest like lightning and suddenly stopped. A shining sword light had already rushed past in front of him. If Swishaoduo hadn't stopped, this sword light would have passed through his chest and abdomen. Even if Swishaoduo didn't die, he would be seriously injured. This person's idea was very clever. He chose a target who was running at a high speed and locked the situation with a sword to severely injure the opponent. Then, he would cut off the opponent's head. Before the momentum stopped, he would have already carried the head thousands of miles away. It was a wishful thinking that was well thought out, and the design was exquisite. However, this plan fell through. Swishaoduo didn't even think. He directly treated the dragon blood flying dagger as a real flying dagger and threw it out with a whoosh. This attack was fused with Tang Qianshou's flying dagger intent. Its speed was so fast that it directly surpassed the speed of light. With a light pop, it had already passed through the person's thigh. That person's attack failed. He had no idea how Swishaoduo had discovered him. His body involuntarily rushed 3 meters away. The moment he tried to turn around, he felt a pain in his right leg. His body instinctively fell down, trying to stabilize his body with a spin. However, with a bang, his entire right leg fell down from the place where the flying dagger had passed through like a piece of rotten wood. That person was greatly shocked. He didn't know what had happened. At this moment, Swishaoduo's cat spirit sword had already pierced his heart. His body moved and then returned. He quickly withdrew the dragon blood flying dagger and stabbed it into the person's dantian. This time, I don't have the time to look at your fortune. What a waste. Swishaoduo's dragon blood flying dagger stopped for a second. He pulled it out and didn't forget to take off his ring. He kicked the corpse into the dense forest. At this moment, a person was rushing out. He saw a corpse coming towards him. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. That person instinctively pushed the corpse away. But at this moment, he only felt his right hand that was holding the sword go numb. His right shoulder was cold. He felt a hidden weapon pass through his right shoulder. That person was immediately shocked. What kind of hidden weapon was it? How could it pass through the protective aura of my initial stage cloud transformation cultivation? Just as he was about to circulate his aura to heal his injury, he felt that his entire right hand, up to his right shoulder, was completely numb. His heart was broken. In front of him was the sound of the wind and the drizzle. It was so beautiful that it was like a dream. But in reality, the sword was flashing and killing intent was dense. His heart was overwhelmed with shock. He tried to circulate his aura, but found that he couldn't circulate his aura. He could only watch helplessly as the killing sword approached his head. A look of despair appeared on his face. She was like a fairy, like a dream, like a real disaster. A long sword pierced through his chest. That man only felt a hand caressing his numb right hand. His tall and sturdy body swayed and fell to the ground. His heart was filled with grief, but he was still infatuated with her. How did I die?
Why?
Why didn't I know? A figure flashed. Zuoshaduo picked up the dragon blood-flying dagger and pulled down the person's mask. The person was panting violently. His eyes were empty as he looked up. Your fortune is not good. You will face a life and death calamity. Can you believe it? Zuoshaduo's gaze was warm. It was mixed with sympathy. It was as if he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. This person felt his life force quickly leaving him. He smiled bitterly at this time.
Can I still
not believe it? Chapter 556. As long as you believe me. Zuoshaduo flipped his hand and raised the dragon blood-flying dagger.
Wait.
A minute. The man struggled and said, What did you use to hurt
Me?
Zuoshaduo did not stop. The dragon blood-flying dagger pierced into the man's dantian. He said lightly, Is there any meaning? The man laughed bitterly and murmured, Yes. Indeed. There is no meaning. His body twitched, his eyes were wide open, and he was no longer breathing. He actually died with his eyes wide open. Zuoshaduo quickly got up and used the 1,000 miles bright moon movement technique again. Accompanied by the gentle moonlight, he quietly went 300 feet away. As for the identity, name, and origin of the person he killed, Zuoshaduo was not interested at all. Since they were enemies, why did they have to report their names? When I die, I'm a corpse. When you die, you're still a corpse. All living things are equal. That's all. There was no unwillingness or unwillingness. It was just a life and death struggle. Zuoshaduo looked at the dense black forest behind him. He looked up at the sky, at the endless meteor shower that seemed to have no end. A sense of pride rose in his heart. He muttered to himself, Ever since I came to this world, I've never thought of going back alive.
Come on.
I'm not afraid of you. I've already received 7 space rings. With such a large amount of benefits, Zuoshaduo was naturally happy. But in the end, although this person helped him to read his fortune, he did not have any luck points. He had already encountered it. If he continued, it would be too late. What luck points could there be? Zuoshaduo was very disappointed. How good would it be if there were such luck points? But his heart was also a little heavy. The previous 5 nascent soul cultivators were still fine. Even if it was a head-on battle, Zuoshaduo was not afraid. He did not even need to use his trump card. However, the 2 people behind him were already at the cloud transformation realm. They didn't care about their status and took advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. If he didn't have Xiaolong's warning and was prepared, he might not have been a match for them. He had predicted the enemy's movements and seized the opportunity to attack. He had made full use of the special characteristics of the dragon blood-flying dagger to achieve a one-hit kill. In reality, it was mostly due to luck. If the other party was prepared and faced him head-on, with his current level of hidden weapons, the damage he could inflict on the other party would be negligible. No matter how exquisite his swordsmanship was, it would be difficult for him to break through the other party's defense. When that time came, he would probably have to use his trump card. However, in this pitch-black night, once he used his trump card, who knew how many people would see it? Did anyone see it? As long as one person saw it, it could be exposed to the world. Now that the war is dangerous, I can't care so much anymore. I'll take one step at a time. If I can avoid being exposed, then I won't. If there's no other way, then I'll prioritize my own life. Zuoshaduo felt that he had already advanced to the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. His heart was filled with bitterness. During this period of time, the dragon blood-flying dagger has been too full. I've been sucking too much. In the end, it's time to compress it again. Sigh, this timing is really... Zhuo had concerns in his heart. He was focused on sprinting madly, continuously using the 1,000 miles bright moon body movement technique to move forward. Looking from afar, another 200 miles would be the Starry Mountains. Within this mountain range, there was a star beast forest. There were countless high-level star beasts in it. At least for practitioners who were below the cloud transformation realm, it was a dangerous place. However, for the current Zhuo, the position under his feet was even more dangerous. This was because the enemy had already arrived in waves. The bounty that the Netherworld Palace had placed on him was really too generous. Zhuo estimated that if he delayed for a month, perhaps half of the assassins in the mainland would rush over. Such a level of danger was beyond imagination. Rather than staying in the open land, it would be better to enter the Starry Mountains and sneak into the Star Beast Forest to look for opportunities. Countless attacking enemies brushed past Zhuo, who was sprinting away. Wherever Zhuo passed by, there were countless figures chasing after him. Later, it gradually evolved into a situation where there were interceptions in front and pursuers behind. If this continued, Zhuo might not have the chance to enter the Starry Mountains region. Zhuo was forced into a corner. He suddenly let out a long howl, which shook the whole world. Zhuo exploded his true core strength to the limit, activating the 1,000 miles bright moon body movement technique to its maximum speed. Just as he was about to collide with the people in front of him, a mysterious light suddenly flickered on his body. A pure energy shook the void. It was the Tianyuan escape method, which was brazenly activated. In an instant, Zhuo's movement speed, with the help of the 1,000 miles bright moon's moonlight, increased by 10 times. His entire person turned into a ray of light in the air, flashing and disappearing hundreds of miles away. Yes, his entire person had disappeared. The people chasing behind him looked at each other in dismay, disbelief written all over their faces. Everyone's shock was indescribable. What kind of movement technique is that? How can it be so fast? Grandma Shi, who had been secretly following Zhuo, saw that he was about to be heavily surrounded. Just as she was about to help him, she saw a flash of light. Zhuo had disappeared directly, even escaping from her soul lock. Seeing such a change, he couldn't help but jump in fright. What's going on? There can be enemies everywhere, but this Star Beast Forest is an exception. It's a pure land without enemies. Although he was being chased by countless enemies, Zhuo's heart was still clear. He was never a brainless person who acted blindly. Ever since he found out about the Netherworld King Palace's reward, he knew that things were going in an uncontrollable direction. He, Li Chenglong, Yi Chongqing, Wen Xingtian, and the rest had thought of many things. The enemies that they were worried about and preset were only a few clans. Basically, they were all within their control. But everyone had neglected the Netherworld King Palace. Regarding this, Li Chenglong's analysis was, if the reward was taken away from the Netherworld King Palace, it would be too easy to expose the person behind it. Although the underground world had its own rules, there were too many top experts in this world. If they really wanted to find trouble with the Netherworld King Palace, the Netherworld King Palace wouldn't be able to hold on. And the most direct result of not being able to hold on was to hand over the entire Netherworld King Palace. In this way, all the transaction information inside would be exposed. Even if there were precautions, if the commotion was too small, not many people would come. But if the commotion was too big, it would definitely cause a commotion and attract the attention of the higher-ups. These few clans couldn't be so stupid. But what everyone thought was that they couldn't be so stupid had become a reality. Zhuo couldn't figure this out no matter how hard he tried. The Hidden Dragon Realm was a cradle of talents. To seize the benefits in this area, it was indeed a huge benefit that those few clans couldn't let go of. But this was only from the perspective of 1 or 2 clans. Compared to the entire world, it was still a small matter. And now, the situation had reached such a stage that it was difficult to resolve. Such a huge commotion could be said to have alarmed all 3 continents. What's more, just based on the few items on the bounty list, how many clans would be able to take them out? It was almost as if it was on the verge of popping out. Were the brains of these few clans all pigs? In order to kill me, you used nuclear weapons. And it was a supernuclear weapon. The power of the nuclear weapons they used was enough to destroy the entire hidden dragon realm. Then, what exactly were they after? These words were true and not false at all. Now, because of the impact of this unforeseen event, the forces that had already come had really spread across the 3 continents. Even if the Hidden Dragon Realm High School put in all the strength of the entire school to protect Suishouduo at all costs, they still wouldn't be able to protect him. For the time being, only the assassins who lived nearby and received the news the fastest had made their move. The real experts were far from here. Those who dared to come from afar would definitely have a high cultivation. Even if they were fugitives, they weren't brainless and ignorant. Everyone knew what kind of chaos such a huge bounty would cause. If they were slightly weaker, even if they obtained Suishouduo's head, they wouldn't be able to hold on until the day of receiving the bounty. Therefore, those who could come and dared to come were definitely the experts among the experts. They were the kind of people who had something to rely on. In this world, no matter whether it was the righteous or the righteous, how many experts who had reached a certain level of cultivation were truly stupid? It was conceivable that after tomorrow and the day after, a large number of God-reigning and mystical realm cultivators would gather in this area. Or even the higher Skysoar realm. Motherfucker! Suishouduo cursed as he ran for his life. Like a meteor catching up with the moon, he rushed into the Starlight Mountain range. This definitely isn't something those clans would do. Suishouduo muttered to himself, "It seems like I'm being used as bait. Could it be that Uncle Nan is the one who set this up? Such a big move. It's as if he's using this opportunity to sweep away all the demons and monsters in the world. But if it's like this, I'm going to die. I'm the one who's going to bear the brunt. I, Suishouduo, am small and have narrow shoulders. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility, Uncle Nan?" Even though he understood, Suishouduo still complained and felt indignant. With his current cultivation, after reaching the 2nd layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra, he could exchange a few blows with an ordinary Cloud Transformation Realm cultivator. However, if he were to go against a Cloud Transformation Realm genius who had compressed more than a few times, he wouldn't be able to win. It was inevitable that he would be forced to use his final trump card. However, if he really encountered such an opponent, even if he used his trump card, he still might not be able to survive. Why don't I find a secret place and compress the peak of the embryonic breathing realm's vital essence once? If I were to break through to the primordial elixir realm during the battle, it would be really fucked up. At this time, Xiaolong had already set out in advance to scout ahead. Not far ahead, there were 2 huge mountains next to each other. There was only a gap between them, which was a narrow road that was about 30 to 40 feet wide. After entering from here, it was the Starlight Mountain Range. Chapter 557. This was the only way to enter this place. If they were to cross from both sides, they would have to climb a few thousand meters to cross the mountain ridge in front of them. At this moment, a few black shadows appeared one after another like ghosts and occupied the mountain pass. The few of them stood at the entrance of the canyon. Cold light flashed in their hands, and they were filled with murderous intent. They looked like they could hold back 10,000 men by themselves. Looking at Suishouduo, who was falling from the sky like a meteor, one of the people in the front smiled viciously. "It's this guy. There's no need to ambush him. Let's attack him together." "What are you talking about? This is luck. We were just planning to rest in a place that no one would expect. Now, a pie has fallen from the sky. Brothers, let's get to work. Let's take care of this guy quickly and claim the reward. We won't have to worry about the rest of our lives." 3 of the 10 people on the opposite side remained on the ground, while the other 3 went to a position more than 40 feet above the canyon. On the 2 sides of the canyon, The 4 people who were 1,000 meters above the ground suddenly attacked and rushed towards Xiaoduo. The sword light was like a monstrous white wave, rushing up like an avalanche. Xiaoduo used the Heaven Origin escape technique and increased his speed by 10 times on top of his original speed. With such godly speed, he managed to leave his pursuers far behind and managed to buy himself some time to catch up with them. Just as he was about to rush into the mountain pass, the 10 people were blocking his way. Moreover, they were intercepting him from 3 sides. There's no time to read my fortune. Xiaoduo felt regretful. What a pity. Xiaolong had already informed Xiaoduo of the 10 people's ambush in front of him. The situation was still under control. You want to ambush me and catch me off guard?
Dream on. Hey.
Xiaoduo's body was like a meteor as he quickly flew over and shouted, the 10 people on the other side. I think you're all going to die. Do you think I'm right? On the other side, the 10 people who were ready to attack were stunned. Is this a fortune-telling for us? The intelligence report did mention that this kid had the ability to read people's faces. It was said that he was very accomplished and rarely made mistakes.
But
at this time, you're saying that we're in for a bloodbath? We're still so far away, can you really see what we look like?
Kill.
The leader shouted. His long sword soared into the air, transforming into a huge silver dragon that soared into the sky. At the same time, the 4 people at the top of the sky had also fallen to a considerable height and were heading towards Xiaoduo. The 3 people in the middle also turned into flowing lights, full of murderous intent. Collision. A meteor rapidly approached, and another 10 meteors met it head-on. The 2 sides were about to collide, and it looked like a fiery scene of Mars colliding with Earth. Xiaoduo wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, but the 10 people on the opposite side also wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Wealth was the most tempting thing in people's hearts. Everyone understood the principle of long delays and dreams. The 10 of them had already thought about how to retreat after killing Xiaoduo. There must be countless people who were tempted by Xiaoduo. The only reason they had such an opportunity now was because of their luck. After they succeeded, how to retreat unscathed and how to obtain the reward would be the key. What was this Xiao in the embryonic breathing realm worth? But at the moment when the 2 sides were about to collide, the leader of the group suddenly realized that the sharp sword in Xiaoduo's hand had suddenly disappeared. In its place were 2 hammers that looked bigger than a water tank. He instinctively felt that something was wrong and shouted, "Everyone, be careful." It was a pity that in the air in front of them, there was suddenly a strange woof sound. It was as if the thunder from the 9 heavens had been triggered by the sudden appearance of the 2 big hammers. Suddenly, the sky changed color. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling sounded from the depths of the universe. It was as if 100,000 ghosts had rushed out of the gates of hell and descended upon the human world. In an instant, the sky changed, and all that could be seen was the aura of hell. Come on! Ha 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 ha! Xiaoduo laughed loudly. The 2 hammers moved and turned into a gale, whirlwind, hurricane that covered the sky and earth. In order to end the battle quickly, he used the hammer technique that he had obtained from his godfather. It was not a hammer, nor was it a hammer. Instead, he used the hammer technique that his godfather had left behind. It was the most powerful, murderous, and required the user to have the highest strength. It was the only hammer technique that had a name. The Hammer of 1,000 Spirits. This was also the first time that Xiaoduo had used the Hammer of 1,000 Spirits in a battle. Moreover, he had used the hammer technique at the beginning of the battle. Therefore, even Xiaoduo himself was greatly shocked by the power he displayed at this moment. Once the Hammer of 1,000 Spirits was used, Xiaoduo was shocked to find that he had completely lost control of the big hammers. The 2 big hammers seemed to have turned into living dragons. They shook their heads and wagged their tails, smashing through the sky, the earth, the space, the underworld, and the 18 layers of hell. The mournful cries of ghosts resounded endlessly, coming one after another. There was a crisp cracking sound in the air. Suddenly, A black gate that looked like the gate of hell appeared and opened. The mournful cries of thousands of ghosts were not illusory, but real. The invincible the Flood Witch, who had become famous and dominated the world with the hammer of 1,000 spirits, was used by Zhuoxiaoduo in an unprecedentedly crazy manner, without holding back. The 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer only had a total of 18 moves, and Zhuoxiaoduo, who wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible, executed all 18 moves in an instant, pushing himself to the limit. At this moment, the sky collapsed, the earth cracked, the universe lost its color, and the sun and moon lost their light. The 10 people felt as if the sky in this area had collapsed at the same time. Gusts of wind, whirlwinds, and hurricanes blew towards them with a soul-shattering momentum. They felt cold all over, as if they had fallen into hell. No, it was no different from falling into hell right now. Even their souls were frozen at this moment. The coldness was bone-chilling, and they shuddered. The leader of the Cloud Transformation Peak Stage cultivators roared in horror. Not good, run. It was a pity that everyone was maintaining their charging posture at high speed. In order to end the battle quickly, everyone had used all their strength. Now was the time when their speed was at its highest. How could they dodge? They could only meet force with force.
Boom.
Ka-cha-cha. The 10 weapons shattered at the same time. The big hammers that carried the aura of hell turned into endless wind and thunder, exploding in the middle of the 10 people. A series of miserable cries sounded at the same time. The 10 people spat out blood at almost the same time. Then, there was no more then. The 10 people had all turned into dust. Even the people, the weapons, the spatial rings, everything, had all turned into dust. The kind that, if thrown on the ground, one would not be able to find anything even if they were observed carefully. Only a little bit of red was left on the ground. There was a scarlet fog in the air, which was the last trace of this battle. The 10 people had disappeared into thin air, just like that. Fuck, what a pity. What a waste. Zhuoxiaoduo shuddered with heartache. Those were 10 spatial rings. All of them were smashed into smithereens by the hammer. The ultimate move just now was aimed to destroy the enemy as quickly as possible. It was full of killing intent and was not entirely controlled by the user. After the battle, there was only one word left. Pity. Zhuoxiaoduo did not even have the interest to take a look. Under such extreme power, there was absolutely nothing that could be left intact just now. A whirlwind directly swept into the valley, bringing with it a sky full of gloomy clouds and miserable fog. In the whirlwind, Zhuoxiaoduo was still spinning and swinging the hammer. Under such extreme power, there was no way he could stop for a while. Zhuoxiaoduo spun for a full 7,000 meters before the momentum gradually subsided. Only then did he stop his hammer. Still feeling dizzy, he looked around and realized that it was dark in front of him. It was another ironwood forest, and its scale was much bigger than the one he had encountered before. At this moment, Xiaolong's warning rang in his ears. Zhuoxiaoduo did not hesitate and rushed in. With a muffled cracking sound, an ironwood forest that was as tall as his waist was cut in half by Zhuoxiaoduo's sword. Then, using his true inner force, he grabbed and twisted, and a large ball of tree sap was squeezed out. He casually threw it into the air, and the Flaming Sun Sutra was immediately withdrawn. That large ball of tree sap was immediately roasted into a hazy mist by the Flaming Sun Sutra. Zhuoxiaoduo's body was like a spinning top as he spun rapidly into the mist. His entire body spun continuously in the mist, and his hair and clothes were covered with the scent of tree sap, perfectly concealing his aura. Then, he continued to fly in the air without stopping and continued to go deeper into the dense forest. When Zhuoxiaoduo rushed in, he used one of the 3 great movement techniques that Zhuochenglu had taught him, long flying catkins. This was the second of the 3 great movement techniques, and it was also the most gentle and nimble movement technique. Even in such a dense forest, rushing for thousands of meters, not even a leaf or a drop of dew was disturbed. It was really like a catkin. Under the strong wind, it rolled wildly and did not affect the surroundings at all. It was as if it was not there at all. How's the front? It's fine. As long as you maintain this movement technique, there won't be any problems, Xiaolong said. Zhuo Xiaoduo really did not dare to stop at this time. He maintained the long flying Kakin state and rushed into the dense forest for 300 miles in one go. Boss, it's done. If you go any further, you'll enter the territory of a king-level astral souls beast. Xiaolong said, that's a 9-headed centipede. With your current level, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat it. Okay. Under Xiaolong's guidance, Zhuo Xiaoduo came to the side of a rotten tree. With a shovel, he dug out a large piece of land. 3 meters of earth was dug out in an instant. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not dig any further. Instead, he jumped into the hole and burrowed into the ground. The Flaming Sun Sutra burst out densely, concentrating its power straight down. In an instant, more than 10 meters of earth was incinerated. Chapter 558. Zhuo Xiaoduo maintained his original position and continued to drill downwards. He even waved his hand and returned the large piece of land that he had dug out to its original position. In this way, as Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to sink, the soil that he had just dug out from the ground filled the space and firmly supported the piece of land that no longer had any solid support. At least from the outside, there was nothing unusual. In the next 2 seconds, Zhuo Xiaoduo dug out more than 10 cubic meters of soil from below and filled it up. This went back and forth, maintaining an independent space of about 3 to 4 cubic meters below. However, after 2 minutes, Zhuo Xiaoduo's actual position was already 300 meters below the ground. After digging down another 50 meters, Zhuo Xiaoduo turned to digging horizontally. The soil became more and more fluffy, squeezing the space until there was almost no space left. In the end, it was even buried up to Zhuo Xiaoduo's legs. Finally, at a position where he had dug to a crevice in the ground, Zhuo Xiaoduo dug out a small hole between 2 rocks and stuffed the Annihilating Space Pagoda into it. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo's body swayed and entered the space of the Annihilating Space Pagoda. However, he sent out a lump of soil from the Annihilating Space Pagoda, completely sealing the remaining space outside. This was what it meant to be stealthy and unpredictable. After confirming that there were no more loopholes, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was in the Annihilating Space Pagoda, lay down on the ground and stopped moving. He could only gasp for breath. It was too dangerous outside. Then he would do the first compression of breaking through from the embryonic breathing realm to the primordial elixir realm. As for the people looking for him, let them look for him outside. After 2 hours, Zhuo Xiaoduo's vital qi had recovered greatly. He immediately laid out a top-grade Astral Souls jade bed and laid down on it. Then, he held a pile of them in his left hand and the dragon blood flying dagger in his right hand and began to practice. His dantian had not been completely emptied after the continuous extreme output. There was not much left. Ever since he had been promoted to the embryonic breathing realm, Zhuo Xiaoduo had not felt the exhaustion of his vital essence and the feeling of being unable to continue. Without any distractions, he absorbed the Astral Souls Jade's spiritual vitality without restraint, as well as the benefits from the dragon blood flying dagger. After half an hour, his dantian was once again filled to the brim. Zhuo Xiaoduo activated the Ice Heart technique and began the first compression of the embryonic breathing realm. This had to be done step by step. He couldn't be too hasty. If he was too hasty, he might end up regretting it for the rest of his life. Zhuo Xiaoduo had always cherished his life, so he took his time and proceeded step by step. However, it hurts. Zhuo Xiaoduo had just started to compress and take a breath when he felt the pain. The pain was much more painful than the thorny road. With great effort, Zhuo Xiaoduo managed to control the compression to 1/3 of his vital essence. He felt as if he had been hovering between life and death for 70 to 80 times. The so-called excruciating pain was originally just a metaphor. However, at this moment it was real. Moreover, it had been continuous for 70 to 80 times. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo recalled that when he was at home, Zhuo Xiaonian was at this stage. Zhou Xiaonian had endured 40 to 50 vital essence compressions. At that time, Zhou Xiaonian only frowned and had sweat on her face. She didn't even cry out. She was enduring the pain the whole time, not to mention taking medicine. Zhou Xiaoduo's unwillingness to admit defeat arose again. If a woman can endure 40 to 50 times, why can't I? Then am I still a man? He endured the boundless pain and tried his best to compress. He didn't even want to use his luck points to help alleviate the pain. He grimaced in pain and sweated profusely. It had become normal. When he had suppressed 2/3 of his vital essence, he had been hovering between life and death countless times. It felt as if there were thousands of thin knives in his bone marrow, gouging, cutting him into pieces. Fuck, this is the best I can do, and it's more than once. It's so fucking painful. Zhou Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and glared. I can do it. I'm a man. How can a man say he can't do it? After another 2 hours, the vital essence that was originally full was compressed to 1/3 of the bottom of his dantian. At this time, Zhou Xiaoduo was in so much pain that his whole body was weak. He just lay there and opened his mouth to breathe like a salted fish. After a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo, who had finally recovered, dared to start again. If he had forced himself to continue just now, even if he didn't die from the pain, he would have died from exhaustion. Compressing the vital essence consumed a certain amount of his vitality and physical strength. Don't suffer the hardest. It's hard to be above others. If you don't suffer, you won't become a Buddha. If you can suffer the hardest, you'll be a handsome man. Zhou Xiaoduo muttered nonstop about the chicken soup for the soul that his father, Zhou Chonglu, had been feeding him all these years. He made up his mind and started again. Finally, he could no longer compress it. Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath and created a big hammer in his dantian with ease. He gritted his teeth and glared so hard that his eyes almost turned into copper bells. Poof! The hammer smashed down. Zhou Xiaoduo looked up at the sky and screamed, Mommy, Mommy, come and save me. Poof! Another hammer smashed down. Poof! Another hammer. Xiao Long coiled up on the heart of the scorching sun and watched as Zhou seemed to be torturing himself. He howled at the sky from time to time, looking like he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Xiao Long couldn't help but laugh so hard that his body twitched. Boss was really too funny on the ground. At the mountain pass, a figure descended from the sky like a rainbow. Frowning, he asked, Are you sure you rushed in? Yes. When many people chase after him, they track him with their auras and souls. The target has indeed disappeared in this forest of star beasts, and he rushed in by himself. Oh. This person stood on the mountain peak and thought silently. The Starlight Mountains and the Star Beast Forest were the most dangerous places around Fenghai City. Capturing Zhou Xiaoduo was important, but the star beasts here were also very powerful. Once the star beasts reached the level of God reigning, they would have considerable intelligence and could communicate with humans. Such star beasts were often more difficult to deal with than God reigning experts of the same level. Be careful. If you encounter a difficult beast, retreat immediately. Survival is the most important thing. Don't take risks. Try to let others take the lead. When the snipe and the clam fight, it's in our interest to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Yes. Hey, the smell of blood is strong here. Did someone just fight? Check it out. A few people searched carefully and said, It seems that there was a fight. There are some small pieces of blood and some broken pieces of weapons. But I can't see anything else. It seems that a heavy weapon was used, but I can't see what it is. Could it be that the people protecting Zhou Xiaoduo made a move? Let's check it out more carefully. After a long time, indeed, there is no other clue. Then forget it. Let's not worry about it first. There are more and more people coming. Let's hide first. Countless people rushed over from all directions and landed at the entrance of the mountain. Although they didn't know where Zhou Xiaoduo had gone to and where he was, there were too many high-level cultivators gathered here. Each of them cultivated in all kinds of strange, and mysterious ways. The most important thing was that everyone had used too many methods to confirm that the valuable kid had rushed in from here. Since so many people had confirmed it, the others who came later had no room to doubt it. It was impossible for so many people to work together to set up a scam. Everyone's target was that valuable head. The premise of setting up a scam was to fool themselves. At this time, it was impossible to make such a joke. It was even more impossible for so many people to work together to set up a scam. Because of this, some impatient people went into the dense forest to search for the target. After a while, many powerful and bold lone travelers went in one after another. However, the number of people gathering outside didn't decrease. Instead, more and more people gathered. Even the surrounding mountains were getting more and more people. When the sky just started to turn white, there were only a few hundred people gathered here. But in the afternoon, the number of people had exceeded 3,000. In the sky, there were still surging auras. Obviously, there were more and more powerful cultivators coming from afar. At this time, in a small shao, 6 senior teachers of Hidden Dragon High School were hiding here, carefully observing the situation outside. Zhang Xiaofei's face was extremely serious. Damn it! This is really bad. Zhang Xiaofei grimaced in pain. In this night, the 6 of them had killed more than 400 people. It was a real massacre. However, with such a small number of people, even if it wasn't completely useless in the grand scheme of things, it would still have very little effect. There are more and more powerful cultivators. If we continue to act, I'm afraid we'll be targeted by some people. Another teacher's face was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and wanted to swallow those people outside. What are the cultivators of astral souls here thinking? With their skills, they didn't go to the Sun-Moon Pass to kill the enemy. Instead, they came to the mainland to kill the geniuses of our astral souls. The teacher gritted his teeth. Damn it! Their intentions are terrible. Zhang Xiaofei rolled his eyes. Don't be angry. This kind of thing is too normal. It's just a village. How many scumbags are there? You still expect all the cultivators of the mainland to be hot-blooded men? Then I can only tell you that you're wrong. Very wrong. You should be satisfied if you can outnumber these bad guys. This is the Jianghu. The Jianghu is black and white. So far, there are 4 Imperial God cultivators here. There are more than 30 Cloud Transformation cultivators. Nascent Soul cultivators. Damn it, there are more than 1,000 of them? Chapter 559. Zhang Xiaofei muttered angrily. I know a few of them. Didn't they say that they had retired from the martial world and wanted to live a peaceful life? Damn it! When I asked them to come out and do something, they all made excuses. They said that they were old and had retired from the martial arts world to enjoy the rest of their lives. Now they are all jumping out again. It seems that the benefits given are not enough. Fuck them. But the power gathered here is not something we can deal with. Another teacher smiled bitterly. If we rush out, we may be able to kill some of them, but the final result will be that we will be surrounded and killed. Zhuo Xiaoduo has not shown up, and he is not in danger. Why should we go out? To commit suicide? Zhang Xiaofei said disapprovingly. What we need to do now is to wait for an opportunity. If that little bastard comes out, or if he is in danger, we must save him even if we have to risk our lives. Of course. More and more people came from all directions. Most of them just took a look and flew into the Starry Mountain Range. The current situation and Zhuo Xiaoduo's last move had been spread all over the Underground World Forum. The latecomers did not waste time and went into the depths of the forest to search. Everyone depended on their own luck. The Starry Mountain Range, which usually only had a few people in a year, was like a busy market at this moment. People came and went, and heads were moving. At this moment, the Starlight Mountain Range was like a giant piece of flypaper, attracting all the flies to land here. Once they landed, they wouldn't leave. The wind and clouds were surging in the sky. A figure fell from the sky. The person had a red face and a tall and sturdy body. Although his hair was white, He was still in high spirits and had an extraordinary temperament. The person had just landed, and the aura he emitted had already made the few people who were still on the mountain change their expressions and dodge. The dragon of the sea, Tian Wujiang. Zhang Xiaofei's expression changed, and a deep fear flashed in his eyes. The other people's expressions also changed greatly. The sea-flipping dragon, Tian Wujiang, was a famous lone traveler for many years. This man's way of doing things was between good and evil. He came and went as he pleased, and one of the reasons why Zhang Xiaofei and the others understood him better was because this man had once fought with Xiang Kuangren and was not at a disadvantage. In other words, this person was a genuine, profound, returning realm cultivator. Everyone, this old man has been stuck at the bottleneck for hundreds of years. This time, he was here specifically for the Astral Soul's cake. Please give this old man some face. If I can get Zhuo Xiaoduo's head, I will hold a special auction for the other things. I won't dare to monopolize them. If your luck is even better, and you come out on top, I hope you can part with the star cake and give it to me. Tian Wujiang's voice was very loud, spreading out in all directions, reaching far and wide. Everyone heard it. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. Tian Wujiang smiled and said, "Since no one objected, it means that you agree. This old man thanks you in advance." Before he finished speaking, a gloomy and ethereal voice said, "Tian Wujiang, who doesn't want good things? The moment you came, you put on such a half-dead appearance. What are you trying to do? To gain sympathy? Whoever gets it has to give it to you.
Why?
Why don't you part with your head to me? I will engrave it in my heart and forever be grateful." Tian Wujiang frowned and shouted, "Who is it?" That gloomy voice said, "You can't even recognize my voice? It seems that you are really old and muddle-headed." Tian Wujiang snorted and said, "Hang ghost, you think this old man is afraid of you?" That gloomy voice said, "Tian Wujiang, be more polite with your words." Another gloomy ghostly voice rang out, "Boss, this Tian Wujiang is getting more and more annoying as he gets older. He doesn't know what to say. Wouldn't that make him an enemy of our Yellow Springs? Should we pull him down and let him accompany those ghosts?" That gloomy voice said, "We, the 3 ghosts of Yellow Springs, are not afraid of this old man. If he dares to make trouble again, we will kill him." Another voice chuckled, "Tian Wujiang, your grandpa drowned ghost is here too." Everyone's expression changed again. The 3 ghosts of Yellow Springs. Hanged ghost, drowned ghost, and starved ghost. These 3 ghosts were famous for their fierceness. Who would have thought that all of them would come this time? Tian Wujiang's expression turned ugly and he said, "The so-called part is that this old man wants to buy it at market price. How can I ask for it for free? You 3 ghosts of Yellow Springs are underestimating this old man too much." Hanged Ghost said gloomily, "Instead of letting you use the cake of astral souls to break through and then find trouble with me, it is better to cut off your thoughts from the root. Tian Wujiang, you should give up on this evil thought. No matter who gets it in the end, that cake of astral souls will not be given to you." Tian Wujiang's expression turned ugly, and he said slowly, "If that is the case, then everyone will use their own methods to see who will get this opportunity in the end." A feminine voice that one couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman slowly said, calm down. Right now, that little brat is still hiding somewhere. If you guys were to fight first, wouldn't it be an act? Let others take advantage of it for free?" Inyang guessed. Tian Wujiang was startled and said, "Is Brother Zheng here?" The surroundings were silent. The person who had spoken with the ambiguous tone did not pay attention to Tian Wujiang's question and did not speak again. No one knew where he was hiding. Everyone's heart was beating like a drum. Why did this old demon, Inyang guessed, also come? As early as 1,300 years ago, Inyang guessed was in the limelight. However, for some reason, he offended the sword demon of the 3 outer demons and was chased by the sword demon for a long time. After that, he disappeared without a trace. Everyone thought that this old man had been killed by the sword demon long ago. No one expected him to come here today. Seeing that the Devil King had arrived, Tian Wujiang's heart became more and more uneasy. With this old demon, Yinyang guessed here, this time, it was likely that Zhou Xiaoduo's head would not be his. In a hidden corner, 6 people were hiding here. It was clear that the 6 of them were sitting in different directions. However, if anyone saw them, they could not help but think that they were 6 snakes coiled together. Everywhere was filled with a sinister and treacherous aura. "Boss, it seems that we might not be able to take part in this mission, right?" The person in green said in a low voice. When he spoke, his voice was like a snake hissing and flicking its tongue. It was indescribably strange, and it made people who heard it feel indescribably uncomfortable. "Let's wait first. In the path of fate, strength is not the only thing that matters." The person who was called boss was dressed in black. Even his face was shrouded in shadow. He was like a poisonous king snake hiding in the shadows, ready to devour anyone at any time. "Remember, our main goal is to confirm the news of Zhou Xiaoduo's death. It doesn't matter even if we didn't kill him. Everything else is insignificant."
Yes.
In another direction, in a hidden corner as well, the gathering of heroes is completely out of our expectations. Yes, with the current situation, it's not our turn to take part. It's really a pity. There are so many good things. I can't just watch as others take them away. I can't accept it. "Boss, you were injured when we attacked that Lu last time. This caused your cultivation to be stuck all these years. Actually, we can work hard. If we get these things, we brothers will not have any bottlenecks in our cultivation for the next 2,000 years. You make it sound so easy. However, with so many enemies and so many strong people, you still want to get a share. Sai, let's wait and see."
Yes.
Actually, we shouldn't have come this time. Fortunately, that Lu guy is crippled. If he wasn't crippled, he might have recognized us. After all, our main opponent this time is the high-end strength of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. With the way the Hidden Dragon High Martial School has always done things, they won't give up on their students so easily.
Yes.
Fortunately, that Lu guy is crippled. Other than him, it's hard for others to recognize us. In the sky, a white cloud was floating leisurely. There were telepathic conversations. "Let's wait and see for now. If Yi Chongqing comes, we won't be able to take part. It's still a pity. I think Yi Chongqing will definitely come. Yes, if Yi Chongqing comes, we will retreat. After all, nothing is more important than our lives. Yi Chongqing is no longer our opponent now, but he can still recognize us. We are the ones who injured his heart meridian a few decades ago. Once he recognizes us and spreads the news, there will be no place for us in this world. The military will not let us go."
Sigh.
"I hope that old bastard doesn't come. We can use this harvest to reach a higher level." Under the sunlight of dawn, a figure was like a distorted shadow. It twisted a few times under the sunlight and then disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already above the dense forest. It twisted a little and then disappeared. A sharp-eyed person saw it and said uncertainly, "Is that person the Netherworld assassin? Yukio?" "He looks a little like him. If the Netherworld assassin also comes, it will be even more lively. That guy hasn't taken action for many years." He has always been known as the #1 assassin in the Central Plains. The #1 assassin in the Central Plains? How can it be his turn? But no one denies it. I hope not. Whether this guy is the #1 assassin in the Central Plains is not something we can comment on. But it's publicly acknowledged that he doesn't recognize his own family and kills whoever he meets. Hidden Dragon Martial Arts. At this moment, Yi Chongqing was like an ant on a hot pan. He anxiously paced back and forth in his office. "What do you mean?" Yi Chongqing's face turned red. "Is Chief Nin crazy?" He even said that the other party set up this trap to target the entire Hidden Dragon Martial Arts. He wants to completely destroy Hidden Dragon Martial Arts in this opportunity. How can I not see this? But Chief Nan said that Zhou Xiaoduo is just a student. How can he compare to the great cause of Hidden Dragon Martial Arts? This sentence is puzzling. What does he mean by ordering us to stay put? Chapter 560. Yi Chongqing paced back and forth anxiously. When he spoke, he wasn't polite to the southern chief, who he had always respected. If something really happens to Zhuo, how could the southern chief not know how big of a loss it would be? There are some geniuses that are worth protecting at all costs. When Xingtian's face was gloomy as he said, perhaps the southern chief has his own considerations. We don't know the southern chief's considerations. Yi Chongqing pondered. His expression became more and more determined as he said lightly, but I'm sure that Zhuo can't die. No matter what, he can't die. This time, I'm afraid that Chief Nan is planning to use Xiao as bait. But isn't the weight of this bait a little too heavy? When Xingtian said thoughtfully, the flaming sun scripture that Zhuo cultivates originally belonged to the southern chief. It's impossible that the southern chief doesn't know the value of Zhuo. There must be something we don't know. Yi Chongqing was stunned. He also pondered for a while, but he still said firmly, even if the southern chief knows, this is not feasible. With Zhuo's current strength, if he goes up against the experts on the other side, he will die prematurely. No matter what, Zhuo cannot die. Even if the whole Hidden Dragon High Martial School is sacrificed, Zhuo cannot die. Yi Chongqing said fiercely, Zhuo is a seedling that has the potential to grow up to the level of the Flood Witch in the future. Even if the Hidden Dragon High Martial School is lost, as long as Zhuo can grow up smoothly, it will be worth it. Both of us will go. Bring a few more people and let old Xiang stay behind to look after the house. Yi Chongqing decisively said, we will bring 10 of our old brothers over. In addition to the Shi clan's younger sister-in-law, Old Sheng, Zhang Xiaofei, and the others who are hiding in the shadows, we have basically already transferred all of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School's high-end battle strength over. If this still doesn't work, then we might as well die together over there. We don't have to worry about anything, and we'll be able to save ourselves a lot of trouble. When Xingtian nodded slowly.
All right.
Then let's set off immediately. Yi Chongqing could not wait any longer. However, he soon realized that before he could finish his sentence, when Xingtian had already disappeared from his sight. This brat is actually more anxious than me. It's hard for him to pretend to be so calm. I actually didn't see any flaws just now. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a group of more than 10 people quickly flew out of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Academy. When Xingtian had been suppressed for so long that he was about to explode. Now that he was finally out, he was in a great mood. Boss, why did you let the famous Xiang Quangren watch the house this time? When it comes to battle formations and killing, he is the real expert among us brothers. When Xingtian smiled, aren't you afraid that letting him watch the house will cause trouble instead? With such a fiery temper, I wouldn't be surprised if he directly killed someone in the school. That was then, and this is now. Yi Chongqing said indifferently. Previously, we needed to be patient and let them go. We wanted to catch the big fish in the long run. Of course, we needed to leave the experienced and prudent people to watch the house, so that old Xiang's temper won't ruin the whole plan. But this time, we're going out to face a life and death crisis. If we all die, then only old Xiang is left in Hidden Dragon High Martial Academy. The biggest possibility is that he'll lose his mind in grief and anger and will not care about anything else. He will take revenge and kill everyone. That will be even better. Since we're going to die, then there is no need to be patient anymore. That's why we need old Xiang to watch the house now. Yi Chongqing said indifferently, another reason is, this time, we're going to help Zhuo. Maybe, as you said, the southern chief really has other plans. Then we, who are coincidentally there, need to constantly assess the situation and determine the right time to act. We must act rashly to avoid ruining the southern chief's plan. And with old Xiang's fiery temper, if he can't stand it, he will act and ruin the whole plan. So, this time, old Xiang watching the house is the best arrangement. Yi Chongqing smiled meaningfully. So, no matter how you look at it, old Xiang must watch the house this time. When Xingtian laughed heartily. Otherwise, you would be the headmaster. None of us are headmasters. You have such penetrating insight, deep thoughts, and cunning wily old foxes. We can't compare to you." A bearded man behind him laughed and said, "The most sinister person is the most suitable person to be an official. The hearts of officials are all dirty." Everyone was laughing so hard that they were rocking back and forth as they ran. In this battle, Yi Chongqing did not do any pre-battle mobilization. There was no need at all. For this group of old brothers who had come from the battlefield, life and death were just trivial matters. Compared to doing something meaningful, life and death were not worth mentioning. From a certain point of view, this group of people were the true desperados. The southern chief, who was being grumbled endlessly by Yi Chongqing, was now frowning and pacing back and forth in his office. He was following in Headmaster Ye's footsteps. Well, no, he had been pacing for a long time. When Tsong's plan started, he was burning with anxiety. Every moment he was suffering. He paced anxiously even earlier than Headmaster Yi, but he did not want others to know. No, I have to go and take a look. I'm worried about this." Minister Nan's super long and strong legs were moving back and forth like a windmill. After thinking about it, he really felt that he had to go and take charge to ensure that everything was safe. "Chief." In the office, another person did not know whether to laugh or cry. This plan is to beat them at their own game. Everything is going perfectly, and everything is under control. But if you go now, you might alert the enemy. I shouldn't be the one to remind you of this. Minister Nan frowned, his face full of uneasiness. I'm still worried. There's a 1 in a million chance. But the current situation is that Master Yu doesn't want you to go. That person stopped him with a bitter face. He's afraid that you'll go, so he specifically called to give the order. His attitude is obvious. Minister Nan's heart was in a mess. He cursed. That bastard. How would he know? The other person's gaze was fixed. Since when did Minister Nan dare to curse the Heavenly King of the Right? If the Heavenly King knew about this, he was afraid that this beating from the chief would be very painful. Chief, didn't you specifically call to tell those people from Hidden Dragon High School not to make a move? Should they stay calm? Why are you? The deputy chief was very confused. You already told others to stay calm. Why are you the one who can't stay calm? What kind of logic is this? Could it be that you have a mouth to talk about others, but not yourself? Minister Nan's heart was in a mess. His brows were knitted together. What do you know? Minister Nan reached out and rubbed his face. You Dongtian, you better not go overboard this time. If you go overboard, you'll get me killed. If anything happens, I'll definitely drag you down with me. This guy thinks he's so great just because he's the Heavenly King of the Right? Isn't this just going overboard? And it's going overboard. The deputy chief didn't dare to say anything else. It was a sin to even hear such words. Sigh, how would you know that there's something fishy about this? Let me tell you, if this matter isn't handled well and there's a slip-up, Yu Dongtian will probably lose his life. Minister Nan looked up and sighed. Then he said in a sad voice, if Yu Dongtian dies alone, then so be it. But it'll implicate me. I'll also lose my life. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. The deputy chief felt that he had to say something to comfort him. From the looks of it, we beat them at their own game and lured the snake out of its hole. The entire plan was a success. How could it be a failure? He was puzzled. This Zhao's plan had failed. Even the Heavenly King of the Right could lose his life? Who was he trying to scare? Even a 3-year-old child knew that this was completely impossible. Sai, what do you know? Minister Nan had said the same words, what do you know, 18 times today. His ears were getting calluses. Chief, what's done is done. The deputy chief reminded him weakly. What he meant was that now that the plan was set, there was no point for him to go over. I know. Minister Nan paced around like a trapped beast. He took out his phone and wanted to send a message. However, he glanced at the deputy chief and directly chased him out. You can leave now. The deputy chief was pushed out of the office with a dumbfounded expression. He watched as the office door was slammed shut. The deputy chief's nose was almost flattened. But in the office, Minister Nan took out his phone and searched for a number that he had not seen in a long time. He wanted to call it, but after thinking about it, he did not. Instead, he sent a message. Now that the plan was already in progress, it should be.
All right.
Cough cough. Yu Dongtian used Zhuo as bait to fish in Fenghai. This plan is huge and involves a lot of people. Heavenly King Yu was stubborn, and I could not persuade him otherwise. However, Heavenly King Yu had promised that he would ensure the safety of Zhuo. If there were any mistakes, he would bear all the responsibility. The editing was complete. Then, he thought about it carefully and felt that he could get out of this mess.
As for Yu Dongtian,
what does it have to do with me whether you die or not? He checked it carefully a few times. Then, he changed Zhuo to Xiao Duo Yu to show his closeness. After he could not persuade him otherwise, he added many times. Thus, it became, Yu Dongtian used Xiao Duo as bait to fish in Fenghai. This plan is huge and involves a lot of people. Heavenly King Yu was stubborn, and I could not persuade him otherwise. However, Heavenly King Yu had promised that he would ensure the safety of Xiao Duo Yu. If there were any mistakes, he would bear all the responsibility. After that, he read it carefully again and added, Xiao Duo Yu has improved a lot. He is very obedient. After reading it 3 times, he finally pressed the button to fire. He felt that there was phlegm in his throat that he could not cough out. However, after coughing twice, he did not feel better. His face was no longer red and was slightly pale. Ding dong. The message was replied instantly. However, there was only one word in reply. Haha. Sweat the size of soybeans appeared on Minister Nan's face. He hurriedly grabbed his phone and replied, I tried to persuade him otherwise many times, but Yu Dongtian was stubborn. Fire. Ding dong. Another reply, your brother Zhua is sleeping. Don't send messages if there's nothing else. Begging for votes. That's all for today. Chapter 561. It's over. As soon as he saw this sentence, the face of the powerful chief of the southern region immediately turned yellow. His fingers turned into a blur as he typed, Sister-in-law, how are you?
Don't worry, sister-in-law.
Little Duo Yu is fine. I promise. Ding dong. She replied instantly, I told you not to send messages. Are you blind? Chief Nan looked at this message and didn't dare to move for a long time. He maintained the posture of holding his phone with his body bent over for a full minute. He felt his breathing become rapid, his temples were throbbing, and his eyes were unfocused. After a minute, he lost his balance and sat on the ground with a plop. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. The ground was wet in an instant. It looked as if Chief Nan had peed himself. Dead, dead, dead. I'm dead this time, Chief Nan muttered to himself. His eyes were glazed over. He had sent a message to inform his father, but his mother was notified instead. This kind of result made Southern Chief have the urge to die. He knew better than anyone that if this message had been sent to Zhuo, there might have been some leeway. However, if it had been seen by Wu Yuding, it would be 1,000 times worse than if it had been sent to Zhuo. In this world, there was nothing scarier than a mother's anger. It has nothing to do with me. It really has nothing to do with me. Chief Nan looked at the ceiling speechlessly. Yu Dongtian, you son of a bitch. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The heavenly king of the right was still sitting with his legs crossed. He held his phone and sipped his tea from time to time. Looking at the report, his heart was filled with satisfaction. This operation was worth it. He didn't expect that Xiao Duo would go to Fenghai and catch so many big fish in such a short time. This kid's seniority is really high. He's in the same generation as me. Sai, his luck is really incomparable. His reincarnation skills are really good. He's upside down. Others are working hard to make a living, but he's living for the rest of his life. Yu Dongtian was sincerely envious of someone. At this moment his phone rang. Yu Dongtian glanced at it and was immediately alerted. It was a message from Department Head Nan. Let me tell you some good news. Good news? The heavenly king of the right was a little suspicious. What good news could you possibly have? Could it be that the big fish had been caught? So he sent a message overexcitedly. What's the good news? Ding dong. Nan Fong immediately replied, so it doesn't know about this yet. The heavenly king of the right smiled. It was good that he didn't know.
Hence he replied, well done.
I've always known that you're reliable. I'm not worried.
Ding dong.
Mayor Nan replied instantly, but if sister-in-law finds out? At this moment, the heavenly king of the right was stunned.
His first thought was, huh? What's sister-in-law?
The second thought was, are you fucking Nan Zhengqian trying to take advantage of me? His third thought was, his entire body felt cold. His fourth thought was, this Nan guy has harmed me. He actually reported it to Annie instead of Uncle Zhua. These were two completely different things. He jumped up from the chair with a bang, almost without thinking. He immediately made a phone call. Really? Mayor Nanfong's voice was a little gloomy.
Really?
Holy shit. The heavenly king's heart skipped a beat. He said anxiously, the thing that we conspired together. How did you? He couldn't continue. 100,000 goat-like mythical beasts were galloping in his heart. Over the phone, Mayor Nanfong's voice was very nervous. Don't slander me. Who conspired with you? I didn't know about this at all. Yu Dongtian's vision darkened for a moment. Suddenly, he had the urge to kill someone. You didn't know. How could you have the face to say such a thing? However, from this sentence he really understood. This time, it was really over. You're good. The heavenly king of the right nodded fiercely. Nan, wait for me. Mayor Nanfong, I'll wait for you to be dealt with. When he saw this sentence, his burly body suddenly swayed. A stab to the heart. Nan, you're really my good brother.
You.
You're awesome. But now is not the time to be angry. What happened? Tell me clearly. On the other side, Mayor Nanfong wanted to cry, but had no tears. I don't know how boss's phone fell into the hands of sister-in-law. Could it be that we caught up with the investigation of his private money? How did boss's phone fall into the hands of sister-in-law? This sentence means you actually took the initiative. In other words, you took the initiative to sell me out? Yu Dongtian gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. He said word by word, what did you say? Minister, Nan was also very straightforward. Of course it's because you, heavenly king of the right, insisted on doing things your own way. I tried to persuade you many times. Yu Dongtian stood up as if his butt was on fire. He shouted, Nan Zhengqian, you're fucking doing it. You won't be satisfied if you don't kill me. Yu Dongtian had absolute confidence that Xiao Duo would definitely not die. But this matter, whether he reported it or not, was completely different. It had two meanings. If he said after the event that nothing happened and gave the little guy some benefits, it would be over easily. But, in the middle of the matter, when Xiao Duo was hovering between life and death, he suddenly told his mother that he used her son to set up a trap and baited a lot of old devils. It would be a light punishment if he didn't get beaten to death. Even if they knew that it was necessary, even if they knew that it was a normal operation, even if there were 10,000 shots, it would definitely not be comparable to the anger of a mother. Mayor Nanfong's voice came from the phone. It can't be helped. You're tall, so you can handle it. I can't. We've been good brothers for so many years. The most important thing is to understand each other. You have to understand my difficulties. Yu Dongtian wanted to cry, but had no tears. I understand your difficulties. Okay, I understand. But who the fuck understands my difficulties? You put the blame on me and you'll be fine. But what about me?
You.
Hello. Nan Zhengqian, hello. Yu Dongtian was so angry that he couldn't speak. Minister, Nan coughed. Heavenly King, all I can do is to inform you. Cough, we're all brothers. You don't have to be too grateful to me. You're on your own. Before he finished, he had already hung up the phone. On the other side, Heavenly King collapsed on the sofa. I've been betrayed. I've been completely betrayed by my own brother. What should I do? Now, taking revenge on Nan Zhengqian was secondary. The most important thing was, how could he put the blame on someone else? He frowned and thought for a while. But he realized that there was no way. Fuck this fucker. Dong Fong Jingyang? Ximen Lai? Bei Gong Hao? Wu Taijiang? These people were not qualified. How could these people command the heavenly king of the right? Was this a joke? His eyes were rolling. Where was his father now? Should he put the blame on his father? But it didn't seem safe. It was enough to put the blame on his father. But it would turn into a three-man fight. Or should he seek refuge from his father? But it didn't seem safe either. If he was found, he might drag his father down with him. Well, it was better to be beaten up by his father. Maybe his father would give him away. That was definitely possible. Maybe it would still be a three-man fight in the end. Well, how many years would it take for the couple to come back?
Sigh.
This is really normal. Why can't you understand me? Heavenly King was extremely distressed. From this moment on, there were two more uneasy people in the world. He checked his phone almost every few seconds. Was there any new news? Or did he not hear the notification from his phone? Why wasn't there any news? He was as nervous as a person waiting for a reply after sending a confession message to his crush. Could it be that he wasn't angry? He didn't even dare to think about it. The possibility was zero. A heavenly king of the right was uneasy. He kept muttering. Back then, I was used as bait many times. Back then, when you used me as bait, you said more than once that you wanted to let the child grow up in the wind and rain. Actually, this is normal. Everyone understands, and has done it before. I'm doing this for the sake of the world, for the well-being of the people, and for the safety of the continent. This should be completely understandable, right? But why do I feel so anxious? It's really going to be fine. I promise it's going to be fine. There was no phone call or message. He was getting more and more anxious. Hurry up and call him to scold him. Why wasn't there any news? At the mountain pass.
At the peak.
On a big tree. A skinny old lady with white hair and a face full of wrinkles was sitting with her eyes closed while holding a sheathed sword in one hand. She didn't care who came. It had nothing to do with her.
She just sat there.
She didn't hide herself from the start and was exposed in front of everyone. However, other than the people from Hidden Dragon High School, almost no one knew her and knew her background. His entire person looked like a statue. Grandma Sure. Grandma Sure didn't care about anything now. No matter what kind of demon you were, no matter what kind of expert you were, no matter what kind of god you were. She didn't care about them at all. As long as Xiao Duo came out, if he couldn't hold on and someone wanted to kill him, whoever came would die. If you don't die, I die. That was all. White hair, skinny body, indifferent to everything, even to life and death. For some reason, even the infamous three demons of Yellow Spring felt a bone-chilling cold when they passed by Grandma Sure. A kind of cold loneliness. This made the three demons who didn't like this old lady to begin with rush into the Star Beast forest, as if they didn't see her. Moreover, he had tiptoed in. They didn't know this old lady, and didn't know who she was. However, the three demons didn't want to provoke this kind of aura. Chapter 562. The three ghosts of Huang Quan were very clear. This old lady's cultivation might not be as high as theirs, but her entire being had a feeling of having lost all hope. Death is a kind of release. She no longer had the slightest bit of attachment to the world. The three ghosts of Huang Quan, who had been rolling in the martial world for their entire lives, deeply understood that in this world, the so-called desperados, the ferocious devils, were not scary at all, because no matter how ferocious those people were, they still wanted to live, more than anyone else, to live for a long time. The so-called desperados, the so-called ferociousness, everything was just a facade, a false coat to hide their true nature. The most frightening thing was actually like this old lady. Living had already become torture for her, but she had no choice but to continue living and could not die. This kind of person. The thoughts of this kind of person were completely unreasonable. Give her a little reason, and she would risk her life with you. The risk here was not just words, but actual actions. Or just because you spit on her, she would charge forward and self-destruct. If you provoked such a bomb, then you would be inviting the death god, seeking your own death. This kind of thing the Three Ghosts' boss Hanged Ghost had once seen at close range. He was a divine reigning master. His entire family had been killed by his enemy, and he had already exterminated the entire family of his enemy. He was the kind of person who did not even have a target for revenge and had no desire to live. A divine reigning master with a much higher cultivation than him met this person and only snorted arrogantly, expressing his disdain, and glanced at this person. He really only glanced at him, subconsciously. For an expert with a higher cultivation base, this was nothing but a trivial matter. My cultivation is higher than yours, so I glanced at you subconsciously. What's wrong? Who dares to offend me? However, that divine reigning master exploded and actually raised his head lifelessly and asked, "What are you looking at?" The divine reigning master subconsciously asked back, "What's wrong with looking at you?" This person said, "If you have the guts, why don't you try looking again?" The divine reigning master, "Let's try." Then he really glanced again. Then this imperial god expert actually didn't waste any more words, directly rushing forward and self-destructing. That was burning one's lifespan, spirit, soul, consciousness, cultivation, astral souls, and everything else. It was the most extreme way to self-destruct. Just like that, it hugged this returning profound expert tightly and exploded. This arrogant Gui Xian expert was blasted into pieces on the spot. Although the returnable profound expert didn't die, his true cultivation was far superior to that of the royal deity cultivator. Even though he had suffered severe injuries, he still managed to survive. However, he also paid the heaviest price because of this. After this sudden self-explosion, he was blown up into a cripple. His foundation was damaged, and it was the kind that couldn't be treated. This Gui Xian expert did not even wait for him to fully recover before announcing his withdrawal from the Zhenghu. However, it was not because of bravery, but because of fear, a fear that came from the depths of his soul. There are often too many dangers and unpredictable changes in this world. He only glanced at her, and she exploded. Sigh, the martial arts world is no longer the martial arts world of the past. There's too much hostility. This was that person's final sigh. From then on, the martial arts world no longer saw that arrogant and despotic Gui Xian expert who was like a peacock spreading its tail feathers. He had completely gone into seclusion. That self-explosion had directly caused him to be afraid when he saw people. He was afraid of whoever he looked at. No matter who he saw, he didn't even dare to look at them. The repercussions were severe to a certain extent. He didn't even dare to make a move. If he didn't go into seclusion, what else could he do? This was the consequence of casually glancing at someone. It was that serious. Therefore, when the leader of the Three Ghosts of Huang Quan saw this old lady, this familiar aura made him immediately recall a distant memory in his heart. Then, his reaction was like a normal person who had seen a nuclear bomb with the safety off. Run quickly. Run quickly. Not only did he run, he even warned his two brothers, "Don't look at the old lady. Don't even look. Are you tired of living?" Drowned Ghost and Hungry Ghost were confused as they followed their leader. They thought that they had met some hidden peerless expert. They kept tumbling all the way. They didn't even dare to make a sound. That old lady's image instantly became lofty in their hearts. She was so high that they couldn't reach her, so high that they had to look up to her. What kind of expert could frighten their mighty and domineering leader to this extent? What? In the distant Star Beast Forest, a violent roar soared into the sky. It was filled with violent emotions, tearing apart the clouds in the sky. A wave of spiritual power suddenly spread out along with this roar. Within a radius of 3,000 miles, everyone could clearly hear the message transmitted by this spiritual power. Humans, Why are you invading my territory? The moment some martial artists with lower cultivation levels sensed this spiritual power, their faces turned pale. This was a king-level star beast, one that could communicate with humans using divine consciousness. In just a short while, they had already hit the jackpot. A sinister voice said, "Tiger King, please don't be angry. We are only here to chase after a fugitive. Once we catch the fugitive, we will immediately leave. We won't dare to offend you. Please forgive us." The Tiger King was furious. "Quibble. What kind of fugitive dares to come to my territory? Get out of here immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre and causing misery and suffering. Tiger King, please calm down. We will just take a detour." It was still the same sinister voice that spoke. Then, it led the group in another direction. However, just as they turned a few hundred miles on the other side, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck the head of a cloud transformation cultivator, turning him into a pile of charcoal on the spot. The rumbling sound shook the entire Starlight Mountain range. Then, a hissing sound rang out, and a gust of fishy wind filled the air from a few hundred miles away. Another wave of spiritual power followed. "You can't afford to offend the Black Tiger, but can you afford to offend me?" This time, the one who spoke was the Sky Star Snake King, the king-level star beast in the Star Beast Forest. In the distant sky, a huge snake tail suddenly appeared and swung over like a long whip. Just the snake tail that was swung out was 7 to 8 feet long. The instant it flashed in the sky, 2 more bolts of lightning descended from the clouds. 2 infant transformation cultivators instantly turned into dozens of charred corpses. Everyone immediately changed their direction again, and their search became even more gentle, fearing that they would attract the killing intent. This area was really too dangerous. There was more than one king-level star beast, and they would even kill without a word. Everyone was cursing in their hearts. Why did this Swashauduo run around? Running to the Starlight Mountain range. Isn't this finding trouble for us? Isn't it better to just fight outside and have his head cut off by us? That would be more straightforward in the dense forest. It was a black tiger, at least as tall as a 3-story building. Its fur was shiny, as if it was shrouded in a black fog. It was quietly lying in a big hole, looking outside. It didn't show any signs of anger, but its expression was somewhat anxious. Right in front of it, there was an empty space. The place where there used to be grass or trees was now completely empty. There was only a faint and illusory special light that was beginning to seep out from the ground bit by bit. The black tiger's 2 big eyes looked at the light, and its expression was full of desire, but more than that, it was still nervous. Damn human beings. This piece of heavenly tiger moonlight ointment is about to be unearthed. Why are there so many people here? Hunting fugitives? Do you think I'm stupid? What kind of fugitive is worthy of so many people? There are many powerhouses of the God Royal realm, or even higher. Are they here to snatch the treasure from me? Thinking of this, the Tiger King's murderous intent suddenly rose, and it was difficult to suppress. The Tiger King was really angry. Ever since it found this heavenly tiger moonlight ointment by coincidence, it had been guarding here for 3,700 years. It was only in order to swallow it when it matured and advance to the next level. That was why it had been holding on for so long. At this moment, this group of damn human beings actually wanted to destroy it. This was intolerable. The Tiger King's eyes were overflowing with incomparable hostility. Its huge tail, about 2 meters in diameter, swept back and forth. On both sides of its body, it slowly propped up its wings. Rows of 10-meter-long sword-like wings flickered with dazzling sharpness and cold light, which was breathtaking. No matter who it is, don't even think about snatching this heavenly tiger moonlight ointment from my mouth. As long as I swallow this heavenly tiger moonlight ointment, I will be able to awaken the heavenly tiger bloodline and increase my strength to the legendary great demon level. The heavenly tiger's inheritance will also be open to me along with the awakening of the bloodline. Sigh, The good days when the demon race ruled the world. I didn't have the fate to meet it. It was said that the entire heavenly court was built by us demons at that time. Those glorious days. Those awesome ancestors. Where in the world did you bring the demon alliance to? Do you know that we, the descendants of the later generations, live very hard on this continent? The Tiger King, who was deep in thought, felt a surge of melancholy. He wanted to return to the embrace of his ancestors, to return to the protection of the powerful demon race. Those were the days that the tiger god longed for, and on the other hand, his desire for the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment grew stronger. After all, this might be the only way to transform himself and follow in the footsteps of the powerful demon race. But on the other side of the distant Starlight Mountain range, in the sparse forest, another two huge creatures quietly landed and tiptoed towards the Starlight Mountain range. Those were two tigers, two saber-winged tigers. However, these two saber-winged tigers were not the least bit glamorous. They were covered in wounds and dripping with blood. It was obvious that their journey to the Starlight Mountain range was not very pleasant. If Zhuo was here, he might be able to recognize that one of the saber-winged tigers was the tiger beauty he knew. The other one was, of course, this tiger beauty's husband, the male tiger. Chapter 563. The two saber-winged tigers ran as fast as they could, trying their best to hide their tracks to avoid being discovered. If these two saber-winged tigers could speak, they would definitely say, "We're so unlucky, so unlucky." Their nest had been wiped out, and all of their brethren had died an unnatural death. Fortunately, after the husband and wife had eaten the nidan, they had digested it again, and their cultivation had improved greatly. That was how they had been able to escape and survive until now. Otherwise, they would have become the spoils of war of the humans. They ran as fast as they could, so how could they care about which direction to go? Awo. The starry mountains are in front. Awo. I heard that we'll be safe once we're inside. There are many high-level star beasts gathered here, and they'll definitely protect us. Awo. Hurry up, stop talking nonsense. Awo. The children are gone. Awo. We're safe. Let's make a few more nests. Awo. Dead ghosts. The two tigers rushed into the starry mountains like they were flying. Awo. There seems to be the same kind of aura. Awo. I also feel it so strong. Awo. Hurry up, senior, we're coming. About 300 miles ahead of where Zhuo was hiding, there was a huge valley. The surroundings were cold and wet, and every stone was slippery. Below, there seemed to be a huge flowing black lake. In the morning fog, it flowed slowly and flowed suddenly. The lake seemed to be still, and there were no more waves. After a while, a whirlpool appeared on the lake. A huge black head suddenly stretched out from the black lake. It was only the head and neck, but it was already as tall as a two-story building. It was really huge. The black head looked ferocious and terrifying, and the two feelers on its head were at least 100 meters long, swaying in the air. It seemed to have found something interesting, and its whole body slowly rose from the lake. That black head was actually a humongous centipede. The giant centipede swam for a bit and came to the shore. It coiled its body under a cliff and stopped moving. Its two protruding eyes, which were as big as a square table, looked around in confusion. Why did he vaguely feel that something was wrong? Today's wind was a little noisy. Then, he placed his feet on the ground and tilted his head to listen to the movements of the outside world. If someone were to see this scene, they might be scared out of their wits. This centipede had hundreds of feet. No, hundreds. No. There were at least 700 to 800 pairs, or even more. Any one of its legs was at least 20 meters long. Thick, long, and hard. It was covered in fur. What was going on outside? Could it be that those despicable humans had finally discovered that there was something good hidden in this valley that was about to mature and be unearthed? The giant centipede became more and more vigilant. It dug a hole under its body and slowly hid its body. No matter what, I won't leave this mountain cliff. The pain was unbearable, but there was an end to it. At this moment, Zhuo had completed the first compression. With a pale face, Zhuo rested for a long time. Then, he lay down in the Tower of Annihilation and fell into a deep sleep. He slept for more than 3 hours. When he woke up, he realized that he had nothing to do. So, he took out the Jade of Astral Souls and the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger again and started to practice. He wanted to be in his best condition at all times. Another 6 hours passed in this round of training. He had to admit that after his cultivation improved, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy became more and more terrifying. After the first compression, Zhuo's energy center's upper limit reached a new high. After 6 hours of continuous practice, the heart of the sun emitted abundant heat energy. The consumption of a large amount of top-grade jade of astral souls and the energy contained in the dragon blood flying dagger had all turned into mist in his energy center. The storage capacity of the dragon blood flying dagger seems to be very ordinary. Zhuo looked at the dragon blood flying dagger. He finally understood why Uncle Nan had given him this thing back then. It was because the storage capacity of this dragon blood flying dagger was an unparalleled treasure for cultivators with low cultivation. But at Uncle Nan's level, the so-called benefit of the dragon blood flying dagger was just a drop in the ocean. It was completely useless. Even for the current him, it was barely enough for him to use. The dragon blood flying dagger, which was originally in a saturated state, had already consumed 2/3 of its storage capacity. According to this ratio, the amount of dragon blood flying dagger that was consumed to the point of vomiting was not enough for Uncle Nan's one breath of breathing. Zhuo made a rough calculation. According to his current progress, once he reached the cloud transformation realm, even if he didn't reach the cloud transformation realm, the dragon blood flying dagger would lose its use to him. I still need more good things. Zhuo sighed from the bottom of his heart. Things like compression could not be continued for the time being. After going through compression once, what he really needed to do was to fight. Using actual combat to consume the recharged true qi and true essence was like a person who had eaten a full meal and needed to digest the food. At the same time, he needed to consolidate his current gains and adapt to them. Fortunately, there were many people outside who were not afraid of death. Large amounts of wealth were waving at him. "Boss, be careful. The centipede is coming out." Xiaolong's voice came in time. "Centipede? Where is it?" The first thing that Zhuo thought of was a main dish, fried centipede. This main dish was to cut off the head and tail of the centipede and pinch it with your hands. The snow-white centipede meat fell into the seasoning, rolled it around, and then put it into the boiling oil. Then, it was scooped up with boiling water and sprinkled with fine salt. "Oh my God!" Zhuo's saliva flowed out. "Where is it? Where is it? The size should not be small. I'll catch it and fry it. It'll definitely be satisfying." Zhuo looked at Xiaolong. The fried centipedes that he had eaten in the past were all snatched up as soon as they were on the table. Xiaolong solemnly reminded himself that it must be a star beast. The size should not be small. It was just right for him to gorge himself and satisfy his cravings. Xiaolong was obviously a little Spartan. He looked at Zhuo several times and was obviously surprised by Zhuo's courage. "That thing. You dare to eat it? It should be at least 100,000 caddies. Right?" Xiaolong said uncertainly. 100,000 caddies. Zhuo was shocked. "Is there a centipede settlement here? Why are there so many of them? If there are so many of them, not only can I eat them myself, but I can also sell them. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all." 1. Xiaolong's 2 little paws covered his eyes. 1. Zhuo opened his mouth so wide that he could swallow a goose egg. 100,000 caddies for a centipede? Yes. Cough, cough. Zhuo readily admitted defeat. "That's too big. It's not easy for a centipede to grow that big. I won't eat it, I won't eat it. I'll just treat it as doing a good deed." He could not afford it. nor could he afford to offend it. A centipede of 100,000 catties, what kind of existence would that be? Eat it. It's more like it would eat me. Cough, cough, I'd better not think about it. Zuoshaduo cautiously came out of the Tower of Annihilation. As soon as he returned to the cave, he keenly felt that the air around him seemed to have stagnated. He was clearly 500 meters below the surface, but he still felt as if his body was stuck in a thick kanji, unable to move freely. The centipede above was so scary. Long Long, how far are we from that centipede now? Xiao Long went to confirm again. 200 miles, 200 miles. It's so far away, but it can still cause such a big disturbance. It seems that it's really skilled. Zuoshaoduo was depressed. He very carefully began to dig a hole, loosen the soil underground, and dug all the way in the direction of the centipede queen. Basically, he asked Xiao Long to go outside to investigate the situation and report back at any time. He dug very carefully, almost silently. 5 miles, 10 miles, 25 miles. Xiao Long came in again and again to report. It hasn't noticed.
It hasn't noticed yet.
It still hasn't noticed here. It has noticed, but it doesn't care. Zuoshaoduo had expected this. The little movement he made was similar to a mouse digging a hole for a gigantic star beast that weighed at least 100,000 catties. It was even lighter than a mouse digging a hole. And why would a great demon king that weighed more than 100,000 catties care about a mouse digging a hole? Even if it noticed, it wouldn't take it to heart. When a person walked on the road, would he notice a worker ant running in an ant nest under his feet? That would be impossible. Therefore, Zuoshaoduo wasn't too worried about the movement he made. Until the centipede queen keeps looking in this direction. When he heard Xiao Long's report, Zuoshaoduo immediately stopped digging. He had dug a distance of about 120 miles. It wasn't short that on the ground. The gigantic centipede coiled at the bottom of the cliff. Its huge eyes flashed with doubt as it stared in a certain direction. There was a little thing digging a hole over there. It should be a little mouse or a rat demon. It actually dug for so long and gradually approached the territory of this king's forces. If it continues to dig here, I'll be angry. Although it's just an ant and not worth my anger, it's annoying to keep digging in this direction, right? Fortunately, it soon discovered that the little mouse seemed to have changed direction and went in the opposite direction. The centipede shook its head, and its 200-meter-long antennae swayed. I won't bother with an ant. You're lucky that it left. It's probably a beast's instinct to seek good fortune and avoid calamity, a warning of impending doom. Zuoshaoduo, who was in the hole, made a prompt decision and quickly adapted. At the end of the hole, he cleaned up the soil and then carefully buried a string of triggered mines. Chapter 564. After arranging everything properly, he immediately dug a hole in the opposite direction. After digging nearly 100 meters underground, he coincidentally found an underground river. Zuoshaoduo took advantage of the opportunity and jumped into the river, drifting away with the flow of the river. Finally, he felt the sticky feeling gradually fade away. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He chose a new angle and started digging again. I'm going to go out and see the light of day again. I'm going to wipe out the evildoers. Long, Zuoshaoduo worked diligently while asking Xiao Long, say, if I lure people to the centipede, do you have any means to get me out of danger immediately? Obviously, Zuoshaoduo had a devious idea. That's hard to say. Xiao Long wagged his tail. I'm just an illusion. I'm a luck dragon, the kind that doesn't have a physical body. How would I know the combat power of this centipede? But on the other hand, no matter how powerful the centipede is, it can't do anything to me without a physical body. How poisonous is this centipede? Zuoshaoduo asked. Boss, with your cultivation level, it's about the same. One breath from it will turn you into pus. You don't have to worry too much about it. It's the kind that can be done casually. Xiao Long was very honest. But Zuoshaoduo obviously didn't like this kind of honesty. It's that powerful?
Yes, it is.
Xiao Long thought for a while and said, Boss, if you use the Flaming Sun Sutra, there's a chance that you can evaporate the poison in advance. Naturally, the poison won't be able to do anything to you.
Oh.
However, that's on the premise that the centipede isn't specifically targeting you. To the current you, a single breath from him is basically enough to kill you if you graze him. Xiao Long said, Anyway, it's very dangerous. There's a high probability that you won't be able to avoid it.
So,
it's best not to take such a risk. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and thought, I don't want to do this either. But there are so many people outside waiting to kill me. I will either be killed by the centipede or by these people. One was to sit and wait for death, while the other was to seek survival in the midst of death. If he took a risk, he might be able to borrow the centipede's power to kill those people outside and break through the gate of death. How many people are there in this large area outside? Zhuo Xiaoduo had almost reached the ground, and his movements were getting softer and softer. There are at least 4,000 to 5,000 people now. Xiao Long coughed. So many. Have you really confirmed it? Are you kidding me? Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked by this number. What about the surface now? There are some around, but there's no one in front. There are only 2 snakes. Snake. Zhuo Xiaoduo's courage was instantly boosted. After touching a huge tree root, he immediately activated the Flaming Sun Sutra and quietly burned a hole in the tree. Then he slid out of the hole like a snake. However, he was immediately surrounded by a slippery feeling. The 2 snakes near him were not small. They were originally coiled around the tree, and each of them was as thick as a water tank. When Zhuo Xiaoduo popped his head out of the hole, he happened to fall into the arms of one of the snakes. Zhuo Xiaoduo was already prepared for this, but the snake that Zhuo Xiaoduo was hugging gave him a huge fright.
Fuck.
I was doing something indescribable with my wife, and a human came out from between our bellies? What kind of change is this? At this moment, the 2 snakes were stunned. The female snake was even thinking, did I give birth to him? It can't be so fast, right? I just started doing it and it's not even done yet. The male snake was startled and immediately froze. Did I get cuckolded? But the problem was as a human who would have the guts to mess with snakes. The next moment, hiss. Two ferocious mouths opened at the same time. They had to deal with this kid quickly and then continue to do happy things. However, a flame with hidden heat gradually rose. The 2 excited snakes immediately felt that they were entangled with a volcano that was about to erupt. They hissed miserably as they separated. However, the place where they were entangled with each other was already charred, and half of their bodies were cooked. The 2 snakes rushed out in 2 completely different directions, as if they had gone mad. Husband and wife were snakes in the same forest, but when disaster struck, they would crawl separately. I don't need to be too fast now. I just need to be faster than the male snake, female snake. Then, that terrifying human won't come after me. The 2 snakes were charred black, and the smell of meat wafted in the air. Of course, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not chase after them. His target was never these 2 snakes. The heavens are kind. These 2 snakes are also living beings. Master Zhuo thought with compassion. The sudden movement here had already attracted the attention of the other side. The 4 black-robed men on the other side carefully flew over. Among these people, 2 were at the peak of nascent soul, and the other 2 were at the initial stage of cloud transformation. After the 4 of them came to the starry mountain range, they knew that their strength was not high enough, and they were almost at the bottom. They felt that they had to take the initiative to gain the upper hand. Basically, he rushed in without much thought. But after rushing in, they could not find any trace of Zhuo Xiaoduo. And the more they rushed in, the stranger the atmosphere became. After coming here, they did not dare to move at all, and could only search carefully. Not long ago, they were frightened by the Tiger King and the Snake King. They wanted to retreat, but they were not willing to, and they had gone too deep, and it was also dangerous for them to retreat like this. So, they wandered around with a little hope, hoping for a fluke. In fact, there were many people who had the same idea as them. These people actually had the same idea. They were not strong enough, so they did not dare to take risks. But if they did not dare to take risks, how could they complete the task and get good things? They also wanted to be cautious, but the situation now was that there were too many strong people, so they could not be cautious. If they wanted to gain something, they could only risk their lives to have a chance. Who did not want good things? Since they were already here, they were in the same realm as the target. If they did not try their best, how could they be satisfied? Which strong person who climbed to the top did not take risks like this? If they died, it was just bad luck. But if they could survive, they would definitely be able to become stronger, and they would be able to write their own legend. People in the Jianghu were just like this. Either there was no corpse left, or there was a meteoric rise. However, although they had prepared for this, when they saw another small team being turned into charcoal by the lightning triggered by the snake, they could not help but be shocked and frightened. Everyone held their breaths and waited for a long time. When the surroundings were quiet, they finally wanted to leave. Why did a person appear here? Bald head. Young.
Fuck.
The heavens really did not disappoint those who worked hard. We waited for our luck to turn. As long as they killed this kid, stuffed the corpse into the space ring, and slowly made their way out to the edge. After a few days, they would pretend to be depressed and retreat with everyone. We, the 4 wolves of the Black Mountain, were indeed blessed by the heavens, and were about to write a legend. Zuo. The boss was afraid that he would recognize the wrong person, so he actually lowered his voice and asked. Zuo turned his head. Who is it who called me? Then he panicked. Mommy.
Run.
His body rushed out like an arrow. Chase. The 4 of them displayed the highest speed in their lives at the same time. Their hearts were burning with incomparable passion. Even the gloomy and terrifying dense forest seemed to have become cute. What was there to be afraid of? Fuck it. As long as they killed Zuo, everything would be good. Zuo rushed out more than 100 feet with a whoosh. Suddenly, he circled in the air, but after confirming that there was no one else around, he immediately turned around. The 4 of you, your luck today is not very good. Zuo said with a smile. Bad luck filled the sky. Blood covered the top. There is a bloody disaster, and your life is in danger. The 4 of them had already caught up. Cut the crap. Kill him. This is the only chance, a heaven-sent opportunity. We can't miss it. You don't believe me? Zuo said angrily. I am a god, the number 1 in the aspect, and have never been wrong. Haven't you heard of it? What use is a god to us? The sword aura had already whistled and turned into a dragon. Buddha is merciful. Zuo's face was full of compassion. You must remember, I have read your fortune and taught you. Disaster is in front of you, but you don't know how to cherish it, don't know how to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. You are courting death. Before his voice died away, his body suddenly spun up, and 2 training hammers were already in his hands. One of the hammers pointed to the sky, and immediately, there was a whoosh, causing the air to distort. The other hammer pointed to the ground, and with the same whoosh, the ground actually showed signs of cracking. The second level of the Flaming Sun Sutra, the extreme power of the red sun golden sun erupted, and the surroundings immediately turned into a heatwave hell. The sudden appearance of a blazing aura set the surrounding lush forest ablaze in an instant. As the 2 hammers crossed, Zuo's body had already exploded into a whirlwind, stirring up raging flames that burned the sky. Violent whirlwind, wind and fire converged, and wind and fire connected to the sky. Hammer. 3 rounds of continuous swings, and a series of violent clanging sounds were incessant. Fresh blood spurted out, as if it was free of charge. The chests of the 2 people who bore the brunt of the impact were shattered, and their entire bodies flew straight out. Although the few of them tried their best to resist, Zuo's hammers were simply too heavy and too fierce. When the weapons in their hands came into contact with the hammers, there was no way for them to resist. Instead, they smashed into their own faces, injuring themselves. Although one of the four used a hammer, his two hammers were nothing compared to Zhuoxiaodua's. It was like a small juju pit meeting a large lead ball. When the two hammers collided, they immediately shattered, and countless fragments flew in the opposite direction, piercing into their eyes and deep into their skulls. The way they died was simply too horrible to look at, too horrible for words. Zhuoxiaodua's body spun, and with the speed of his hands, he threw the three dead bodies into the Tower of Annihilation. Then, he grabbed the one who was still alive and said indifferently, "I said solemnly just now, didn't I? You guys will have a bloody disaster. Do you believe me now?" This person's face was ashen, and his pupils were dilated. He was on the verge of death, and even as he was on the verge of death, he looked at Zhuoxiaoduo with eyes full of mockery and mocked. How accurate. Monthly votes, subscriptions, and recommendation tickets. Chapter 565. This person was also speechless in his heart, as well as furious. Damn it, you still have the cheek to ask if your fortune-telling is accurate. I'm about to die, and you still want to play this trick. Are you a pervert? His final sentence of ridicule could be considered as venting his anger, his final breath. The man's head tilted, and he stopped breathing. Zhuoxiaoduo conveniently threw the corpse into the space, and immediately began to clean up the traces. As long as there were traces of a sledgehammer, they could not be left outside. However, Zhuoxiaoduo was more gratified this time. The four people actually kept 3 space rings. In the previous round of fierce fighting, only one was smashed. This was an unprecedented huge gain, and Zhuoxiaoduo was overjoyed. It seemed that in the future, it would be more beneficial to do this. This kid was really greedy to the extreme. If it were anyone else, in such a dangerous situation where the whole world was their enemy, why would they want a space ring? However, this guy would rather use the training hammer to try and see if he could keep more of the spoils of war. It had to be said that this was also an obsession. A terrifying obsession. Sure enough, wealth could enslave ghosts and even gods. Well, some of your belongings will be my reward for reading your fortune. If you don't have any fortune, won't you just die in vain? Zhuoxiaoduo muttered to himself. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw 6 drops of providence points falling from the sky. In an instant, from his spirit, to his divine sense, to his cultivation, to his meridians and dantian, he felt an extremely comfortable feeling at the same time. Zhuoxiaoduo was inexplicably surprised by such a shocking change. Where did so many providence points come from? However, after thinking about it for a while, he came to a realization. He had read the fortune of these people. No matter what his position was, no matter what the initiator was, it was a fact that he could see a bloody disaster. Even if he was the initiator, it was true that these people had suffered a bloody disaster. Since the bloody calamity had really happened, the few of them had died, without any pretense. Most importantly, the last person had uttered 2 words before he died, truly accurate. Although it was only 2 words, it had already played a decisive role. On the other hand, Zhuoxiaoduo took the spatial ring of the other party and also received the reward of the other party's recognition. This string of far-fetched conjectures coincidentally hit the mark, causing this fortune-telling to be completely established without any flaws. Of course, the reward of luck points would be given immediately without any delay. Awesome. Zhuoxiaoduo understood and almost wanted to laugh out loud. Thanks to his own greed, he managed to complete all the procedures by chance. Otherwise, how could there be such a generous reward? Such good things must be done more often. Helping others and helping oneself, the more the better. That's why being stingy is a virtue. We have to maintain it and carry it forward. Thinking deeper, the 6 luck points that he had just obtained should have been provided by the 2 high-level nascent soul cultivators, while the 2 cloud transformation cultivators each provided 2 points, making a total of 4 points. The providence points given by the nascent soul transformation realm and the cloud transformation realm were also different. The heavenly Tao was fair and did not deceive him. Awesome. At this moment, A voice came from afar. There seems to be a battle over there. Swoosh swooshed, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out one after another. Zhuo did not stop at all. The moment he put away the corpse, he turned his palm, and the spiritual qi in the air turned into the shape of a foot, pressing it on the ground. It created a trace that seemed to be left by an expert who accidentally left a footprint in the air, but it was very blurry. Immediately after, his entire body spun for a moment before spinning out. He returned to the original path and once again entered the tree hole. Half of his body went into the underground tunnel below. Yes, half of his body was still in the tree hole. Now, he was not in a hurry to leave. Now that he could attack or retreat, he naturally wanted to see if he could take advantage of this opportunity to make another kill. Zhuo did not have any psychological burden when it came to killing people. These people were here to kill him, so when he killed them, he did not even bother to say things like, "If you can kill me, why can't I kill you?" With Zhuo's temper, he had always been unwilling to say a word except when he was looking for Providence points. However, there were too many trolls on the internet who would say that he was cruel. The other party did not say anything, but you killed them. Therefore, the handsome author took this opportunity to make a comment. Swish, swish, swish. Out of Zhuo's expectations, after a while, 30 to 40 people landed one after another. After these people landed, they all overflowed with energy to protect themselves. Then, they unsheathed their swords and placed them in front of their chests, ready to attack. Then, they released their qi. Everyone used their qi to lock on to the others who landed, to prevent themselves from being suddenly attacked. Then, they exerted force on their feet, shaking the ground 5 meters below the ground before they landed, to ensure that there were no poisonous insects or hidden weapons under their feet. At the same time, they held their breath to avoid accidentally inhaling poisonous fog. Zhuo saw very clearly that these people all had their mouths closed, but there were slight protrusions on their cheeks. If he guessed correctly, these people all had spiritual pills in their mouths, and there was more than one. There should be a detoxification pill, an internal injury pill, and a pill to replenish spiritual energy. The more, the better. Very few of them were stingy. Seeing this, Zhuo could not help but be disappointed. There were 30 to 40 old foxes, who could not be more old. This bunch of fellows cherished their lives too much. Looking at their cultivation, he estimated that each of them had quite a high cultivation level. Hidden weapons could not be used for a sneak attack, and sword techniques alone could not defeat these people. If he used his extreme hammer techniques, he might be able to take them down, but it was still beyond his power to kill them all. Furthermore, his sledgehammer was something that could not be exposed. It was not worth it to expose it at this moment, then. It was a mistake for him to wait here. There are traces of battle from the Flaming Sun manual, someone outside said softly. He looked around cautiously. Yes, there are indeed traces of the Flaming Sun manual's flame strength. There are also traces of battle, with heavy weapons. Someone picked up a small fragment of the hammer on the ground, although it was tiring just now. The fragment is very new and shiny. There are 4 people's footprints over here. Someone quickly looked around, different footprints, but the toes point in the same direction. These 4 people should be traveling together. There's 1 person over here. That's not right. There should be 2 people. Look over here, there's a clearly different footprint, but it's only stepping on empty air. It's not exposed. This situation should be during the battle. When they exerted a lot of strength, they spun a little. Another person looked in that direction and seriously analyzed. The spin destroyed the footprint. It looks like no one has been here, but in fact, it's just a cover-up. The 10 or so people all looked over at the footprints on the ground. Everyone's expression was heavy. The Flaming Sun manual did make a move, but the other hidden person was the main attacker. In other words, on Zhuo's side, other than Zhuo himself, there was another helper, and this helper's strength was far above Zhuo's. The key to this battle is this hidden person. When the 4 people rushed up at the same time, he killed all 4 of them in an extremely short period of time. He even took away the corpses and cleaned up the traces, intending to destroy the evidence of his existence. TSK, this guy is quite sinister. He actually has such a trick up his sleeve. I have to say, he's thinking too much. Someone's expression was heavy as he said faintly, "Everyone, judging from the clues we have now," Xiaoduo sighed. At the very least, there should be two people traveling together. Relatively speaking, it's only this one who made a move. Whether or not there are others is still unknown. We can't be careless. That makes sense. How could the Hidden Dragon sect's top martial artists not send people to protect Xiaoduo? Our movements are so obvious. Of course, they would join forces with Xiaoduo. Looking at the situation, it should be these four unlucky people who found Xiaoduo by chance. However, they naively thought that Xiaoduo was really alone, so they attacked blindly. It's a pity that they were killed as soon as they started fighting.
Hee.
Someone gloated. Luckily, this group of people helped us find the way. Otherwise, we might have fallen into their trap. That should be the case. Another person said, to be able to come here, one must at least have the cultivation and strength of the nascent soul transformation realm. And these four people were killed in an instant. Who here can do it? More than 20 people's faces were filled with disdain. Obviously, these people could do it. The sound just now shows that Xiaoduo is nearby. He is just a junior in the embryonic breathing realm, so he can't run too far. That's for sure. Someone suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. Xiaoduo only felt a chill in his heart. An extreme sense of danger suddenly surged in his heart. With a thought, he suddenly used the 1,000-pound drop. His whole body fell from the tree hole to the ground 100 meters below with a bang. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the air. Almost at the same time, there was a loud bang and a big hole was formed in the ground. The big tree that Xiaoduo had been hiding in had already been blasted into powder. The two of them rushed into the tunnel like lightning without any scruples. Their actions didn't inform anyone else, and they wouldn't inform anyone else. All these changes happened too quickly and too unexpectedly. Even though Xiaoduo reacted quickly, he was still caught up by the two of them. Xiaoduo, who was underground, had no choice but to react and didn't make a sound.
Boom.
He brazenly smashed out with his hammer.
Dang.
Sparks flew everywhere. The person in front slashed the big hammer with his knife. Xiaoduo only felt as if his chest had been struck by lightning. A mouthful of blood almost rushed out, but he held it back and swallowed it back. His whole body flew out like lightning. The impact of this blow was so great that the tunnel hundreds of meters below collapsed with a bang. The person in front snorted and let out another roar. He attacked again. The light of his knife was bright and dazzling. With a boom, more than 100 cubic meters of soil was flattened by him. A large piece of soil flew up into the sky like a nuclear explosion. However, with this delay, Xiaoduo had already disappeared without a trace. Xiaoduo is below. No one knew who it was that roared. Chapter 566. The 30 to 40 people above regained their senses and entered the tunnel one after another. The sound of the wind rustled, and the qi rushed back and forth. When they saw Xiaoduo appear, they used their divine senses to search for him. The deep and wide tunnel, and even the underground river, entered their eyes. Xiaoduo's hiding place was completely exposed. Everyone rushed in without the slightest scruple. Everyone had a consensus. Under such circumstances, even if Xiaoduo had someone protecting him, what could they do? Could it be that with so many experts joining forces, they would still be afraid of them? If you had the ability to sweep through everything, why would you hide like this? Outside, more than 10 figures on the ground noticed the movement here. They followed the sound from different directions and entered the tunnel like smoke. So many people had already entered before them. If they entered now, they would have no scruples. They were only afraid that they would be too slow. However, everyone chose to sneak in without saying a word to anyone. Above them, there were other people passing by. They did not notice this place and turned to search elsewhere. A few people separated from their companions to search. Now that they noticed the movement here, they did not even inform their companions. The last person was the fastest. Obviously, he had the highest cultivation level and was the most confident. He rushed to the end like a ghost. With a backhand palm, he destroyed the outside. Then he shouted, "This is the Snake King. Don't come over." His voice was full of pain, but he had already disappeared at the other end of the tunnel. Snake King? A few people were about to walk in this direction, but they immediately turned around. At this time, there were no less than 70 to 80 people who had entered the tunnel. They passed through the underground river and rushed forward. The traces of the dug soil were too easy to recognize. They followed the path without any obstruction. Even if there was loose soil in the way, how could it stop this group of tyrannical experts? Even Zhuo could not stop them, let alone these people. Now that the situation was getting clearer, everyone no longer had any scruples and chased after them. Everyone was experienced in the Jianghu. Naturally, they would not enter the tunnel whenever they saw it. However, the tunnel in front of them had clearly been dug not more than a day ago. This was something that everyone could easily tell. Furthermore, this tunnel led to Zhuo hiding place. What was the cultivation level of Zhuo? If even he could hide here safely, at least the surroundings were definitely safe. In a place where even those in the embryonic breathing realm could survive, there naturally wouldn't be any star beasts that were too strong nearby. In short, all of this proved that this was the safest place without any danger. In addition, there was another more important reason. Zhuo, who had exposed himself, was running along this path just now. If he dared to run, then he was definitely not in danger. However, the last thing that gave everyone confidence was the fact that there were 70 to 80 extraordinary experts gathered here. Such a comprehensive combat power was enough to shake a mountain. Even if there was a risk, it would be nothing. They were all veterans of the Jianghu. Everyone had thought of this, which was why they dared to act like this. As for Zhuo's bodyguards, so what if Zhuo had bodyguards by his side? Could they be a match for so many of them? Today, at this moment, they had to get Zhuo's head. "Boss, no one is coming from outside." Xiao Long entered the Tower of Annihilation to report. Zhuo opened his eyes from his meditation and revealed a slight smile. The injuries that he had suffered just now had been healed by medicinal pills as soon as he entered the Tower of Annihilation. At such a time, he couldn't go out and cause trouble with his injuries. Zhuo's current position was in a pile of mud that was about 10 meters away from the entrance of the tunnel. The thick layer of mud was tightly wrapped around the Tower of Annihilation. As for Zhuo, he was naturally hiding in the Tower of Annihilation. Just now, after he had struck the hammer, he had only dashed forward for a while and immediately entered the Tower of Annihilation. What a joke! How could he keep running forward? Running forward was courting death, okay? But there was an obvious path ahead, and these people would definitely chase after him. When they reached the end, the real show would begin. I sincerely wish you all the best. You must meet that centipede. I have given you the completely correct path. The distance is so close, you should be able to meet it. That is the surprise that I have specially prepared for you all. Zhuo prayed. Boss, are we going out now? Xiao Long wanted to say something, but stopped. If not, why should we go out? Zhuo said, what we need to do now is to meditate and cultivate for a while. Wait for a while. What was the hurry to go out for? The fate of this tunnel would depend on the subsequent development. If the centipede discovered these people, none of them would be able to survive. Then, after confirming that these people were all dead, he could use this tunnel again and continue to cause trouble. He had spent a lot of effort to dig this tunnel for so long. If he abandoned it now, it would be too wasteful. Of course, if these people were cautious enough and didn't alarm the centipede, then he would have to give up this tunnel. But by then, The subsequent development would be unpredictable, and the situation would be so bad that it might be out of control. The Tower of Annihilation could fool people for a while, but if those people turned around and carefully investigated, they would eventually think of the Tower of Annihilation as the most impossible possibility. After all, when all possible options were denied, the most impossible possibility would become the only possibility. At that time, once these people joined forces to shake the area within 100 miles, exceeding the limit that the Tower of Annihilation could withstand, he would still be forced to show up. They will definitely meet, and they will even greet each other affectionately. Xiaoduo muttered. Long. Why did you ask me if we should go out just now? Xiaoduo suddenly asked. Because on the other side of the tunnel, there is a treasure of heaven and earth growing underground. It is one of the things that you have been looking for, boss. Xiao Long said flatteringly. Isn't this for your benefit? Good boy. Xiaoduo praised. What kind of thing is it? It is a black vine made of yin qi. It has now condensed into a substance and transformed into a strange tree that lives underground. It has 18 triangular leaves, and each of the 3 leaves holds a red fruit. Xiao Long said very cautiously, it is probably because there is a yin qi spiritual spring underground that caused this mutation. Well, that red fruit looks very much like the soul-tempering vermilion fruit that you mentioned before. Hearing this, Xiaoduo's spirit was lifted. Since Xiao Long had said so, then it was basically certain that it was the soul-tempering vermilion fruit. Otherwise, it would not be so excited and come over to take credit. Xiaoduo laughed and said, let's go over and take a look later. If it is really the fruit, I will send you a deity. Thank you, boss. Xiao Long was so excited that he did a somersault. On the ground, Yi Chongqing, Wen Xingtian and the others rushed over like a whirlwind and met up with a teacher who was responsible for reporting the news outside. Where is Xiaoduo? He has now entered the Starlight Mountain Range. Judging from the current situation, there is a high chance that he has entered the depths of the Star Beast Forest.
Oh.
There is no movement for the time being, right?
No.
Who followed him? Teacher Zhan and the others entered the Star Beast Forest area after killing a round of outsiders, but I am not sure if they have met up with Xiaoduo. I got it. Yi Chongqing did not hesitate. He took a deep breath and led the team all the way into the Star Beast Forest. As he walked, he tried to contact Grandma Shi to find traces of her. At this moment, Yi Chongqing's heart was still very calm and composed. At least for now, Xiaoduo was still fine. The most direct reason was that Yu Jiren was with him. With Yu Jiren's cultivation and strength, even if she was no match for the other party, it was not difficult for her to escape with Xiaoduo and resist stubbornly for a period of time. If Yu Jiren was fighting with others, sure Yunfeng's golden sword would cause a huge commotion. The teacher who was reporting the news outside would not be able to see it. Since there was no movement now, it meant that Xiaoduo was still safe. Yi Chongqing did not know that Xiaoduo had lost contact with Grandma Shi and left the range of her protection because he had used the Tianyuan escape technique on the spot. If Yi Chongqing knew about this, he might go crazy on the spot. Whatever calmness and composure, there would be nothing left. In the tunnel, 70 to 80 people moved forward. Between each other, they were on guard and did not dare to be careless. Not to mention 70 to 80 people, the specific number should be 76 people. Everyone was anxious, no longer as excited as they were at the beginning. They were not worried about Xiaoduo's sudden attack, but they were worried that the people around them would be unfavorable to them. There was only one reward, and it was difficult to divide it equally. The person who got it in the end would definitely not share it with others. Now, the opportunity was right in front of them, but how to get it in their hands, there was still a follow-up. Among the 76 people, there were 6 Royal God Realm Masters, 43 Transformation Cloud Realm Masters, and more than 20 people. Although they were only at the high level of nascent soul, each of them had a deep foundation. Even if they fought with Transformation Cloud Realm Masters, they would not be at a disadvantage. With such strength, at least there was no problem for them to protect themselves. But once they killed Zhuo, the reward would belong to someone else, and the person who got it would have to face the siege of others. Everyone thought that they would be the one who got it in the end, so they naturally thought that they would be besieged by others. A few people were already regretting in their hearts. They should not have been so selfish. They should have asked their companions to come together. Now they were alone. They were afraid that it would be difficult to deal with the follow-up. Especially to the last person in black who came in was Hungry Ghost, one of the 3 ghosts of Huangquan. His body was so thin that it made people worry that he would fall to his death while walking. He was also the one with the highest cultivation level among the people present. Compared to the others, he was more than 1 level higher. But he did not expose his identity, nor did he reveal his real cultivation level. From the beginning to the end, he only revealed a little bit of his aura. It seemed that he was stronger than most people, but not by much. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.